Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the Committee of the Whole with budget on our mind. That's what we're here for today. I'm going to take attendance first. I'm going to do it individually, please. Councillor Wheat.
Present.
Councillor McAlpine.
Present.
Councillor Howes.
Here.
Councillor Bell.
Present.
Councillor Pierce.
Here.
Councillor Miller.
Present.
Councillor Coleman.
Here.
Councillor Gatward.
Present.
Yeah, we have regrets from Councillor Laferriere, and Councillor Chambers hasn't signed in yet. We'll just keep track of when he comes, if he does. Thank you. The second thing on the agenda is the approval of the agenda, noting that it is a committee of the whole agenda. Seeking a mover. Councillor Howes and Councillor Pierce. Is there any discussion, addition, questions to the agenda? Seeing none, all those in favor? Thank you. Anyone opposed? Seeing none, we'll move on to number 3. Declaration of pecuniary interests. Shouldn't be any. Seeing none, we'll move on to number 4, please. And we're going to convene now as a committee of the whole. And I'm going to, well, everyone knows why they're here today. Everyone's gone through the budget. It was actually staff that was really beautifully done. The binders were beautifully done, easy to read, easy to keep track of. So thank you for all the extra work you put in to preparing the budget binders for us. I'm sure everyone's looks just like mine, and they were very, very simple to go through. So thank you. Moving on to number 5, which would be handing the meeting over to Michael Bradley to move us through the budget process.
Mayor Bailey, can we
Yes.
just get a motion to convene as committee of the whole, please?
Yep, not a problem. Councillor Gatward and Councillor Coleman, please. And all those in favor? Thank you. All right, Michael, you're on.
Thank you, Mayor Bailey, and good morning to yourself and to members of council. And I'm pleased this morning to present the 2022 draft budget, which is something we do every year. And it's been a few years since I've actually walked council through the budget. It's a job I did up till 2016, and then I handed it over to Robin for a few years. So it's been a bit of a recap for me to remember how to do this. But it's also actually been quite rewarding. I enjoyed the process of getting a little more invested in the budget this year. Also looking forward of handing this job over to Ms. Boyd for next year. So. I just want to acknowledge the work of our Treasury group before we start today. Our Treasurer, Heather Mifflin, our Deputy Treasurer, Heather Bailey, our accountants, Dustin Van Engen and Vanessa Graves, as well as the support staff. They all work very hard to get our budget in a position where it's presentable to council. As Mayor Bailey mentioned, and I'll echo that, it's presented in a very clean and efficient fashion. I think it's quite understandable. And I'll be chatting a little bit about the budget binder a little later in my presentation. I completed my presentation yesterday morning. I've been working on it for a few weeks now, and so it was circulated last night, hoping that council didn't spend too much time looking at it, because I'm hoping you'll go through it with me, and then I can provide further comments as we walk through the presentation. I wouldn't mind just chatting a little bit about the budget process here at the county, which I like to call a bottom-up budget. And how this bottom-up budget works is that council gives us broad direction to bring back a budget that reflects the current level of service, a status quo budget, if you will. And then it goes right down to the line supervisors, and they start looking through their budget. They look for savings, efficiencies, areas where they've got growth and maybe cost pressures, and they work with their supervisors and so forth to build a good budget. There's lots of dialogue amongst the departments and between the departments. And usually in about mid-September, the treasurer and I, and previously the general manager as well, would be sitting down and having our first look at the budget that staff have worked on over the past few months. That usually triggers a bunch of further discussions between myself and the general managers, and then the general managers go back and talk to the supervisors about areas that we're not pleased with or we're concerned about. And those things usually resolve, and by mid to late October, we're starting to finalize the budget. And that's exactly what happened this year. A key part of this process is when we get the tax levy information, because that's a big piece of what our fiscal context is going to look like for the upcoming year. And that arrives in November. And Christine Staley, who I should also acknowledge, then has to really do some fast and furious analysis of that tax levy information so that we can have a better appreciation of what our budget looks to in terms of the context of growth. She does that over the course of early November, and usually by mid-November, early to mid-November, we're finalizing the budget, and then it rushes off to press with usually some final amendments, and then it gets into council's hands, which happened last week.
Hi, Mandy.
Hi.
Hi. I've got Trevor calling. I'm sorry.
No problem, Mr. Mayor. Hi, Mandy.
Mandy, I wasn't on mute, so they all know that Trevor called, so.
So that's the team effort that we go through to present this budget to you. And I believe that this process yields a very good budget. And I think our numbers are consistently revealing that it is a good process that we follow here at the staff level. Our budget path over the 4-year term of council, I think, goes something like this. Usually the first year we spend a lot of time on orientation, teaching council, especially the new councilors, about how the how municipalities finance themselves and how the budget works. We also spend a lot of time talking about the fiscal health and the fiscal realities of the organization. Usually in the second year, we recap all that, spend a bit less time on it, and we start focusing on what the objectives are of the current council. In the third year, I always think we get right into those objectives. That's usually the bulk. But last year was a strange year. We had the COVID-19 pandemic underway, and it was very much a holding budget, if you will. There's very little change in the budget last year, except for a few items, and just because of the unknowns of COVID-19. And then the last year, I always think that that's a forward-looking budget. It's a time for council to reflect on what it's achieved, but also where the municipality is going in the future. And I think that's what the budget that we're delivering this year. And that's going to be a big part of the presentation that I'm about to give, because it's my thoughts that we're moving into an interesting year, and it's a year that I'm calling a year of transition. And that's going to be the theme of my presentation. So with your approval, Mr. Mayor, I will start my presentation. I'm going to try to share my screen, and hopefully I'll be successful. And if not, then I'll be talking to the clerk about doing it for me. So
Thank you, Michael.
hopefully everyone can see that okay.
Yep, I think so.
So, Your Worship, as I mentioned, my theme on this year's in this budget. Just bear with me. I'm going to try to do one more thing here. My theme on this year's budget is that it is a year of transition. And I think there's 5 transitions that we're experiencing right now, and we're going to see become quite prevalent over the course of the 22 budget year. And the first is the transition out of the COVID-19 global pandemic. And I'm calling this a social transition. Although it's also a healthcare transition, but it's certainly the impacts of COVID-19 have been broad, much more socially relevant than the healthcare system, at least in our area. We're also transitioning into a post-COVID-19 economy, and this is an economic transition, and I'm going to speak quite a bit about this. The next transition is into an era of what I'm suggesting is higher demands for municipal service, and I've got some context about that as we get into the presentation. The next transition is into an era of higher labor costs and a depleted labor pool. And this is something that's becoming very prevalent, not only in the private sector, but in the municipal sector as well. We hear a lot about it. And the final transition, which I think is a minor one, but it's worth noting, is that we do have two election cycles this year, both the municipal election and the provincial election. And this does create some uncertainty in our municipal world, and it's worth noting. So I'll talk first about the COVID-19 transition. I think our transition to the COVID-19 new normal has been slow and complicated. I think this time last year we were thinking that COVID-19 would be we'd be well out of it by now. But as I'll show in a few seconds, we're certainly not there yet. I think we can all acknowledge that the healthcare sector has been deeply impacted, and that there will be and there is current support being sought from the municipal sector by the healthcare sector. And we may see that increase. Supply chains have been weakened. I think that's well established, and that's pressuring our costs for both operating, but specifically in capital programs. We've transitioned to a lot of virtual environments, such as what we're doing today, and that's changed the nature and culture of workplaces, and it's impacting our municipal staffing, our ability to recruit, our ability to retain, and that's happening system-wide. It's a social upheaval, and it may change the habits and the pre-COVID behaviors that our municipal business model has been built on. So we may see our how we deliver services changed based on how people have changed in their behaviors, how they want to recreate, how they want to enjoy their communities. So, and I think it's been well established, and it is worth noting that COVID-19 has taken a great mental and physical toll in terms of health and well-being on our citizens and our community, and as well as on our staff. And this will stretch municipal resources in many different ways. And a good example, we chatted yesterday at Paramedic Services about the pressures on that service, and a lot of it is the post-COVID-19 impact. I took this from the Ontario Science Advisory Table a few days ago, and it does show what our current trajectory on new cases. There's lots of data in that presentation, but this is the only one I picked, and it just shows what the potential case number daily reported case increases could look like. And so you can see right here in the middle is the most likely scenario, which is an increase as we move into the winter, but not an abrupt increase. They're saying that there's a possibility of a very aggressive increase, and then there's also a possibility of a less likely increase. And I think there's lots of reasoning behind that I won't get into, but it's been well documented and articulated by the healthcare sector. I'll move on to the economic transition that I spoke of, and I think we can all agree, and it's well known that there is a strong global, national, and provincial economic recovery happening. And so this is our global real gross domestic product projected to rise 6% this year, 2021, and then taper off slowly in the coming years. So certainly the emerging markets have recovered aggressively and are projected to continue to prosper. Canada's real GDP growth is also recovering. It's recovered quite aggressively, and we're seeing about a 6% increase over this year, and it's projected to taper down and return to some normality in the coming years. But again, I think there's a lot of unknowns too about what the longer term projection on real GDP growth is. Ontario is following suit. Our 2021 real gross domestic product growth is 4.4%, projected to be 5% this year, and then moving to some normality in 2023. Employment is continuing to grow. We're projecting it to continue to grow this year, 4.4% this year, 3.8% next year, and then tapering off to 1.5% the following year. And the unemployment rate as a percentage of the population is continuing to decline. And housing starts, as you can see, in 2022 are supposed to slow down, and the aggressive growth in home sale and existing home prices, which was 22.4% this year, is supposed to get back to somewhere closer to normality, being closer to the rate of inflation. And obviously home sales, based on that, are projected to decline from this fairly steep incline over the last year. The stock market has certainly rebounded. I don't get too deep in this chart. It just sets all these indexes to 100 in 2018 and then paths them forward to the present. It shows all of the indexes basically recovering from the economic major losses that happened when the pandemic hit, and then some have actually achieved quite significant growth since then. And this is the projection for inflation, and I think there was a little bit of discussion before the meeting started, but we are in inflationary times right now, seeing fairly high inflation. This is Ontario's projection. This was an earlier projection. I think it's probably a bit higher than this in reality, but this came from the fall economic outlook from the province. And it does show inflation peaking over towards the end of this year, and then starting to moderate over 2022, 2023, and 2024. So it's driven by strong household buying, the shortages in the supply chain, which is driving prices up, and some influence from monetary policy from the central banks. Our local economy is also recovering well, and I think that's worth noting. This is just a chart that shows one piece of that, which is the permits for what I would call employment sectors. This is farm, build, industrial builds and commercial builds. And overall, we've increased the number of permits year over year and significantly increased the permit value year over year. And we can see that construction happening in the municipality. So there is good job creation development going on here in our municipality. Our ECDEV team did provide me with some good information. They talked about, noted that the unemployment rate is trending downwards, and we're below the provincial rate. Employment participation rate is positively trending upwards, and it's outpacing the provincial rate as well. We saw a net gain of 16 new businesses in 2021, and estimated net new jobs of 250 to 300 new jobs, again, driven by new business openings. And we saw strong industrial land absorption of 49 acres this year for industrial and 7.9 acres of commercial. And I think council in their discussions on the official plan are well aware of the consumption of land and the need to have land in the pipeline, which I think is occurring with our development community. I'll move on to a service demand transition that I talked about. And I think, I would hope that council would concur with this from how council sees their interactions with our community. But most of our municipal departments are reporting increasing demand, and either externally driven from front-facing services, which is the bulk of what we do here, but also the internal service departments are saying, well, our client departments, their needs are increasing too. And I think we can attribute a good chunk of this to growth. We are growing as a community. I think that's been well documented and discussed. Here's the building permits we've issued, total building permits we've issued over the last 5 years, showing a trend line that's definitely positively trending. And then this is our projected estimated population over the last 5 years, which also shows growth. But my contention, and I think I hear this certainly from staff all the time, is that the rate of service demand is certainly outpacing the rate of growth as in terms of population. And some of this service demand increase is driven by demographic changes. We've got an aging community and new aging community, which has more needs for community participation. And that's been reflected in our age-friendly community plan. And we also got changing socioeconomic conditions within the community, but also new residents coming in from larger urban centers where they were used to a higher and more complex level of service. These are just a few, and I'm sure there's many other drivers to this as well, because it is probably a fairly complicated scenario in the background. But generally, it's trending to a community that is looking towards its municipality to provide more service. I don't want council to get too fixated on this chart because it's a very generic chart, but what I did, we have a number of parts of the organization that track inbound calls for service. And I'll acknowledge as an organization, we don't centralize this very well. I think we'll be moving towards that with our new customer service approach. Right now, we've got different departments and they track inbound calls in different ways. So it's hard to compare apples to apples with this across our organization. And again, I think we'll be getting better at this. But what I did is I took a number of departments that track calls and track different requests for service. I summed them all up, I averaged them, and I plotted this out in a chart. And what it does is it does just generically prove what we're seeing at a more individual level, is that there is an increasing level of call for service across the whole organization. And again, this represents several municipal departments. I got some information from the chief executive officer of the library too, and use those figures. But it shows generally a 95% increase over 5 years. But noting that the population has only increased 7 to 10%. I'm giving that range because we're not exactly sure what the population is, and we won't really know until the new census is done. So that does show that our community is looking for more service. And I think all councillors can kind of appreciate that because you too are on the front line of requests for service. I wanted to put this, I found this slide while I was looking through the provincial fall economic statement, which I always think is quite revealing. And I thought it was quite interesting, and it brought back my mind to the 1990s. And we may be looking at a similar scenario. And I was showing this chart to the mayor yesterday. But historically, economic upheavals usually see increasing levels of service provided by upper levels of government, in this case, the province. And then usually after that, there's a decreasing level of service from the upper levels of government as they shift their revenues to pay for debt that they raise to get us out of those economic upheavals. And that's certainly being projected here. And you can see this chart shows a decreasing level of program spending from the provincial government per resident here in Ontario. The reason I put this here is that when upper levels of government start to pull back on service, municipalities often see increasing requests for service at various levels. And this really did happen after the recession of the 1990s, when the provincial government did invest quite a bit into society to get us out of that recession. And then they went through a significant decreasing period of decreasing revenues. And there was a lot of downloading to municipalities in that time, a lot of closure of provincial services, and municipalities did pick up a lot of that slack. So we may be drifting into a period like that. And so that's something for us to be cautious of, but it's also something that's probably going to continue to drive that demand for service from municipalities. So I think my conclusions to this is that we are seeing an increasing demand for municipal service at many levels of the organization, and that demand seems to be outpacing population growth, and it is stretching municipal resources. And we've had many discussions over the last couple of years on basically a sector by sector basis of this. I think it's well recognized. But this increasing demand for service is going to continue to increase the assets that we need to build, as well as the staff we need to field to provide the service that the community is looking for. I want to talk a little bit about labor transition, because I think it's something that is a cost driver in this budget, and it's something that's very prevalent as we listen to what's going on in our broader economy. I just thought I would mention that for the first few years after I joined the county, a lot of our focus was about assets. We talked a lot about infrastructure. We still do. But it's interesting, and the municipal sector itself talked a lot about assets. But over the last 2 to 3 years, I hear much more talk about the cost of labor and the challenges of labor, and much less about the challenges of assets. And of course, the municipal sector, I think, has done a good job of wrestling down its challenges with assets by investing in assets, by increasing their capital budgets, by undertaking asset management plans, various stages of asset management plans. But labor, I think, is going to be one of our bigger challenges as we go forward, staffing and labor as large organizations. So there's widely recognized labor shortages impacting many sectors of our economy. I think we hear about this quite often. There's a demographic shift going on, resulting in retired workers, and that's supported by our aging population. But this puts a gap. These are gaps that fall into our workforce. And the smaller demographic cohorts that are following those retiring employees aren't able to fill those gaps. There's just not enough new employees coming into the workforce. There's also skills gaps going on as our economy and the demands of our economy and the needs of our economy change. Some of the skills that are required to facilitate those changes aren't available, and so we've got gaps as well. And then workers themselves are changing. They have different demands and goals and objectives. So some of the strategies that organizations use to recruit and attract and retain employees aren't working anymore. And then COVID-19, as I mentioned, has changed our workforce, and it's given workers with more opportunities. These are just a couple of polls that I found, and there's lots of other polls, there's lots of other stats out there, but the Harris poll, was a recent Harris poll, said that 80% of Ontario employers are finding it difficult to fill jobs. There's an ADP Canada poll that said that 46% of the employers have increased wages to attract and retain talent, and 27% have increased benefits, and 19% are changing the nature of their work week, all as efforts to try to bring people in. The trends on unemployment and employment are good. Unemployment, as I mentioned earlier, is expected to continue to decrease, and the rate of employment is continued to expect to increase. So there's no transition that's going to help out with the labor shortage in the medium term. So labor challenges are going to continue to impact us indirectly as our local businesses struggle to find people, but also directly as our own ability to find people, and the costs of maintaining talent to meet service demands will continue to increase. At least that's projected for the medium term. And I'll touch briefly on the political transition. I won't want to spend too much time on this. I think we're all aware that there are elections scheduled in the next year. And it does insert some uncertainty into the fiscal prospects of the year. You know, the pre-provincial election period can see increased spending for municipalities, but the post-election period, and we did see this after the last election, does present risk of fairly significant policy changes, as well as changes in external funding. The municipal election process, it does consume quite a bit of staff resources, so it does reduce our ability to get the normal work that we would be getting done, because it is a fairly significant drain, and we do our best to manage that. But election cycles, I think we should just acknowledge they're predictable occurrences, but they inject unpredictability into our local business, our business as a municipality. So, Your Worship, that's my brief presentation on my summary on why this is a year of transition. And I think that we've been able to capture this year of transition in this budget. So the COVID-19 transition that I talked about in the budget, you'll see that we've adjusted costs to return back to normal operations. We removed the external funding that we received from the province. And we've also removed some of the revenue decreases that we were expecting because of the closures that we saw over the last year. The economic transition, as we look towards a fairly strong economic outlook, we've built a fairly aggressive capital plan this year. It includes a significant investment in significant funding for life cycle investments in a range of existing assets. There's also a number of new initiatives, including funding for Canesville Community Center, the main branch library at the Bockett Center, the reconstruction and urbanization of King Edward Street in the village of Falkland, and a new elevated tank for South Paris to help us with future industrial development in that area. The service demand transition, there's upstaffing in various areas that council has considered and approved in the past, and some of that's hitting this year's budget as well as the previous year budget. We've got a new customer service approach that council's approved and we put in this year's budget. We've talked about increasing in some areas, a big one being bylaw enforcement, which we considered recently, increasing in paramedic staffing. As well, there's a number of decision packages that I'll speak to in a little bit that we've presented for council to at least consider. The labor demand transition, so staffing costs in this budget have increased, as well as a cost of living increase in this year's budget. We have some of the results of a market review that we did last year for non-unionized staff. We have new collective agreements with our bargaining units that are falling into the budget, and some of those collective agreements include market adjustments as well. And we've increased some part-time staffing costs that council, I think, is aware of, just to make it a little more reasonable, or a little more likely for us to attract people into these positions. And finally, just in terms of the political transition, I would characterize this as a cautiously optimistic budget, which is appropriate for a year where there is a little bit of uncertainty around the results of elections. Your Worship, that's my review of the budget context, and I would suggest, unless you want to entertain questions at this point, I can move into the budget overview, and I'll spend a few minutes doing that.
Are there any questions for Michael before we do move into the binder? Without going into the weeds too much, can we take away the screen sharing? Councillor Miller, you had your hand up.
Yeah, I appreciate the weeds comment, and I won't get into the weeds. I just want to ask Michael if there's any initiatives he can talk about in regards to labor saving costs. Obviously a lot of what you described is occurring to a lot of industries. So you think about McDonald's and their costs, I think they're like $21 an hour or something in the States. So they're obviously automating. I know it's a little different for a municipality, but are there any initiatives in this budget or things being worked on where we can maybe look at getting our workers more productive or other labor saving, cost savings initiatives?
Thank you. Michael?
Yeah, sure, Mr. Chair, and we might get into this in some of the departmental presentations, but I think, a few things we're doing. the big one is we've made fairly massive investments in technology over the last few years, and that's continuing. And you'll see that creeping up throughout the budgets where we're bringing on new efficiency-based software packages, because we do spend as an organization, and I talked about this a little bit before in terms of tracking customer service calls. We do a lot of manual tracking here. We do a lot of manual data input, things like that. And we're slowly transitioning into more enterprise-based systems, which creates a lot of efficiency. It takes a lot of the manual, hand-holdy type paper trail activities and moves into a more efficient digital format. I think one thing that we've really done well as an organization is we've shifted to virtual meetings in a lot of ways, because we used to spend a lot of time moving people around our community. We have offices in multiple towns, and especially in the management areas, we do a lot of meetings. We do a lot of meetings with clients. We do a lot of team meetings to keep things moving, but that travel involved with that is very, very high. It's a very high cost. So I think virtual meetings at the staff level are here to stay. I can't imagine that we're all going to, for as an example, my senior management team, we all used to troop into a meeting room somewhere, and there was multiple hours of travel attached to that. Those meetings are virtual now, and my suspicion is we will continue with that because it is very efficient. It gets a lot more of our workday available for us to get things done. So there's probably a lot of other things, and maybe that's a good question that the general managers, they're all listening, can give some thought to and bring up in their presentations.
Okay, thank you. And we're also saving money on food too, because there's no lunch provided for our meeting.
Thank you, Councillor Miller. Councillor Pearson, then Councillor House.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through you to Michael, thanks for the overview, and absolutely thanks to staff for putting this binder together. It is very easy to read. Question I have is, I believe it was on slide number 21 when you spoke of the service demand transition, and the statement in there is increasing demand for municipal services at many levels of the organization is outpacing the population growth and stretching municipal resources. I appreciate the fact of what we're trying to do to alleviate that. But my fear is, and I'm not sure there is an answer, but I'm looking for your thoughts on it. If we're at a situation right now where our demand for service is outpacing our population, as we all know, in the next 10 years, the population of the county is going to grow very, very rapidly. And I'm just wondering, was there conversations? What's the thoughts? Is that just going to exacerbate a tough situation, or do we feel that we've got a handle on it in the sense that with the changes we're putting in or trying to implement, that should allow us to have a level playing field even when that population comes in?
Through you, Your Worship, I don't think I have a great answer for that. I mean, I think this is an evolving topic for us, and I suspect it's an evolving topic for council. I think we've all seen this increasing level of demand for service ramping up. So I think what we've done in this year's budget is we've included some additional. We've presented council over the last year with some a new customer service model, which had some increased staffing. We presented you with a business plan for bylaw enforcement, which had some additional staffing as some key areas. And then throughout the budget, we've got additional resources, and then we've got a number of decision packages, and a lot of those are for bodies, because that's how we respond to demands for service in most cases, by providing service. So I think I bring it to council's attention mainly because it's a changing, and it's a change for our municipal business. And I don't think we're alone in this at all. I hear this constantly from all my colleagues. I would imagine council hears it from their colleagues. We see it very clearly articulated in a lot of our municipal publications. At least I do. And it's a changing environment. And here in Ontario, there's a growing expectation for service from municipalities. And so I think we need to be wary of it, and we need to give that thought as we look at how we're gonna spend our money and how we're going to resource our organization to make sure that it's able. I guess and it does bring up the other question is that as these demands come forward, at some point, municipalities are going to have to start making one of two difficult decisions: either spend more money to field more resources to provide service, or to say, no, we're not going to provide that service. I think generally the county's been very good. We are quite responsive to the requests of our municipality. Since I've been here, I've been very impressed by that. I think we do a reasonably good job of as requests for services come forward, especially in new areas, we jump on them, we figure out a way to do it, and we make it happen. But our ability to continue to do that may be constrained as this demand for service increases.
No, I appreciate that answer. And I know it's, I kind of put you on the spot there because it is a very difficult question to answer, but I appreciate the fact that, and you kind of alluded to it there a couple times, is the fact that the obvious, the first thing is just let's throw more staff at it. Well, we're doing that, but we're also looking at the other side as to, you know, how we run things, which is I feel the right way to do it, because there's two sides to every coin, right? And I appreciate the fact that we're looking at both sides of that coin as we go forward. So thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Pierce. Councillor Howes, please.
Well, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to Michael. Great introduction report, Michael. It really helps to see the big picture, and it prompted me to think back on our discussions about the budget last year, and this gets into the labor demand transition topic. You hit us with some significant numbers related to here's how many of our existing staff who are eligible for retirement in a certain number of years, and it was very, very eye-opening. We have, from everything I've seen, we have a terrific, very impressive group of people on our staff, and to recognize the fact that some will be eligible for retirement in the next few years, and those numbers that you threw around last year, I've seen that echoed in other municipalities that I deal with. You mentioned it at the time, it's not just us, it's not just the County of Brant, it's all over the province of Ontario. And I was wondering if you want to touch a little bit more on that, and I don't mean getting into the weeds and getting into too many specifics, but it just the issue of recruitment and retention, I think is going to be absolutely critical in the next 2 or 3 years. You have already said to us, it's going to cost more to keep our good staff and to compensate them appropriately. But I just wonder if you want to touch a little bit more on will we be looking at other things to recruit and retain staff? Thanks.
Sure. Thank you, Your Worship. And that's a great question. I mean, it's a big question. And so I think last year, I did talk to council a couple times about staffing challenges, and we've done some smart things as an organization. We do a market review of our staff. Pardon me. Sorry, Mr. Chair, Your Worship, I'm choking for some reason, so not on the question, on my breakfast, I think. So over the last twice over the last 10 years, we've done market reviews, and we've made corrections to make sure that our positions are paying a fair market rate. That's good for us. That makes sure that our positions are compensated based on what the market is paying. We're not at the high end of the market. We're not at the low end of the market. But that's a good recruiting thing. We have a total compensation philosophy here at the county, where we look at pay as one element of how we compensate people. We look at benefits, and we look at other less tangible parts of our workplace, creating a positive workplace environment, providing supports to staff, mental health supports, physical health supports. We provide a good, I think, working environment. We have nice facilities, and we invest in those facilities regularly. All these things are little incremental pieces of creating a workplace that's in a good position to retain and attract talent. And as I mentioned, it's going to be more important because there's these pressures hitting the broader workforce right now that I mentioned. But then also we've got our own pressures. We've got retirement pressures going on that's hitting the whole public sector. And so we need to make sure that we keep these things in place. And I think as a senior management team, we're constantly looking at ways we can make sure that our workplace is optimized to attract and retain people. We have a very strong and very robust health and safety program that we take very seriously, which I think is a critical tool. That's one of the first questions I think an employee should be asking of their employer. Am I going to be safe here? And we give tremendous focus on that in a workplace. So hopefully that answers some of the questions. And I think what I will say is, as a senior management team, we're always looking at these things, and we're always grateful that when we present these types of things to council, they're well received.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Bell, you're next, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to Michael. Thanks for the presentation, Michael. Very good. I enjoyed it. A couple of thoughts and a couple of questions. The virtual meetings comment, I really appreciate that. I think you're dead right. I think it's here to stay, and I think we can use it more widely. Your comment about service demand transition, we see that, or we saw that in the health unit during the course of this provincial government. They decided that they were only going to give 70% of the budget rather than 75%. And I think that's just the beginning of something more that we will see, certainly in the health area. So we pick up a small percentage of that, but it's important to recognize it. One area that you didn't mention, and it's changes in cost sharing agreements. And I know it's something we discussed elsewhere, but that will be an addition, I think, for the coming year that I didn't see factored into any of the documentation that we saw, and it will need to be factored in. And my final question is, we talked, and it's a long time ago now, and we almost got it, we were talking about having a financial plan for the county. And I think COVID just simply got in the way. I remember it was probably going to be at the next meeting we would have had before we abandoned meetings back in March of 2020. The reason I bring it up, I think it's important, given that the overview you gave us, to have an even broader context, which would be that big financial plan overview for the county, to see how much flexibility we have and how much we should fear uncertainty in the future, or alternatively, how much confidence we can have that we can handle that uncertainty in the future. So maybe you could just say when we might expect that financial plan, Michael.
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Chair. And that's a great question. It was actually something that I was going to address when I got to my departmental update. So, and Councillor Bell, you're exactly right. We were probably about 2 months away from finalizing that financial plan and moving it into council when COVID-19 hit. Robin and Heather had done a lot of work on it. But I think then things changed so rapidly, and I began to get quite eerie about the plan, that it may be a lot of its assumptions. It might have been wrong, because we had so many unknowns around COVID-19. So we parked the plan, and then Robin is retired, and the treasurer, Heather, we have a lot of provincial reporting rolling into the company right now, a lot of it driven by COVID. So we really haven't done any work on a plan. So it would be my intent to have that plan in front of council by summer of 2022. And that plan's going to, I think what I can say is fiscally, we're in good shape. And I've got a few metrics to show council, I think, that support that. But what the key part of the plan is going to be is how we're going to finance the broader long-term capital plan. As from an operating perspective, I think we're in a fairly healthy position as an organization, and growth will help us out with that. But how are we going to finance that broader capital plan, and how are we going to fully utilize the available financing tools, reserves, debt, and tax levy, development charges? And a big piece of that will be the completion of the new development charge bylaw that will be in front of council next week, because that'll address a couple of the outstanding items that we don't have addressed in the current development charges bylaws. So again, I think the short answer is it's an important thing. It's on our strategic plan. It was a priority for me, and I would like to see it in front of council this summer.
Perfect. Thank you, Michael. Any other questions before we begin the binder? Seeing none, we're going to move right into 7.1, and it's Michael to discuss mayor and council.
Actually, Mr. Chair, so my next, actually, I now want to just do an overview before we move into the binder. I just want to do an overview of the budget now. So my budget context is done, and if it's okay, I'll just do my overview. So
yep, sure.
I'm going to try to share my screen again. So, Your Worship, I'll start and I'll just run through the budget at a high level, and then we'll certainly chase out the details of this at a much greater detail as we get into the departmental presentations. But I'll start. We always have this little slide. Our overall base budget increase is 4.1%. It's driven by a bunch of things that I'll get into in a second. But we have growth, as we're aware of, to address some of these service growth issues. And based on the new tax levy, we're projecting a 1.3% increase on a tax bill on a median home or an average home. And that would carry across most of the assessment base. So, I just want to quickly walk you through the budget binder. I think it's well presented, but I just wanted to make sure that everyone understands what's there. So at the front of the binder, we've got a little bit of a public feedback brochure. This is a new thing that we're doing. And we're gonna, once council's through the budget today, we're gonna release that brochure through the Engage Brant platform. And we're gonna invite public participation in the budget. And I thought the brochure that the Treasury group and our communications group did working together, it turned out quite well. It's a very clean, and it gives a bit of background on how municipal budgeting works, which council's quite aware of. And then it talks a little bit about our current budget scenario. So section 1 is of the budget binder is the budget summary, and we'll circulate a paper copy of the presentation that I just gave in the Friday files that you can insert into that. And it also it has the current budget, the overall budget summary, and it's presented two ways: by category, by spending category, and by department. Sections, the next 8 sections, sections 2 to 9, are the internal departmental budgets, which includes our County of Brant Library. And section 10 is a summary of external agency. And as we get more information from external agencies, we'll share that with council. Section 11 is decision packages. There's a number of them this year, and I'll chat about that in a little bit. But they're all found in section 11. And then section 12 is the 2022 capital budget. And it's we've divided it into three categories this year that I'll talk about in a second. But that section 12 takes you through the entire list of proposed capital projects. As the general managers work through their departmental presentations today, they'll be highlighting what they would call key capital projects. That I would encourage council to be looking at that list in detail and asking us any questions about those projects. And I'll chat about that, how we come up with that project list in a few seconds. So this is your overall budget, and it's divided by spending category. I'm not going to spend too much time on this. It's a big chart, but I would draw council's attention to two figures. The first one is right here. Hopefully you can see my cursor, the $13.1 million transfer to capital. And I'll talk about that as we get to the capital budget. And then the second number I would show you is this $2.4 million, which is our base budget increase. And the next slide is going to show you where that increase is coming from. We're going to show you the drivers for that increase. And then the final number is that 1.3%, which is the increase on a median home. So as I mentioned, the budget is driven by a number of items, and I don't know whether I need to go through this entire list, but I might highlight a few of them. But again, if I drew that number to your attention, that $2.4 million. So these are the list of items that are driving. These are either ins or outs to the budget that's increasing, giving us that budget increase. As I mentioned, and one of the largest lines in our budget is wages and benefits. We are a human resources heavy operation, and that's how we deliver services by using staff. So staffing is obviously a fairly large number in this budget. We've also decreased contributions from reserves, which were funded by the Safe Restart funding and the COVID-19 recovery funding. So last year we put quite a bit of money into the budget, and council at the end of the budget process did add a little more in to get our tax levy increase down to a number they were comfortable with. All that funding has come out. It's worth noting that we still have funding in. We have brought some of that funding, I think, into this year's budget, but there is still funding in the contingency reserve that council can use to smooth its tax levy increase out if it wants to increase spending but keep the tax levy a little lower. So that's a conversation we can have later. We have increasing debt servicing costs based on new infrastructure. I think most of this would be based on the fire stations and the OPP station that were completed last year that we're just raising the debt on now. The capital levy has increased, and I'll talk about that in a few seconds when I get to capital. Every year, Obviously, insurance premiums are going up. You're aware of that. It's been a cost pressure that we've been dealing with for many years now, and so it's a fairly significant driver. Every year, our compensation from the city for the city-county boundary adjustment agreement that took place at the beginning of 2017 goes down. That was planned, and we've got then some other costs here. I won't get right into them, but I think that those were the larger ones. And then we get down here, we've got some revenues that are flowing into the budget. Some of this is good news. We've got an increase in our expected investment income, given the performance of the markets I talked about a little earlier. The aggregate trust, and I think we've mentioned this in the past, but the royalty we get from aggregate producers has actually gone up more so than we anticipated, which is somewhat good news. Although I think there's an argument to say that royalty still is inadequate for the road work that we have to do because of the aggregate industry. But our Ontario Municipal Partnership Fund, which is a grant we get every year, small municipalities get from the province. For the first time since I've been here, it's gone up. So I think that's a bit of good news. We've got some major grants that were based on agreements. The treasurer maybe can talk about these one a little later, but those grants are now out of the budget because those agreements have been fulfilled, although they may get replaced with other ones as we go through the budget. We've got we had revenues that we projected wouldn't be earned last year because of COVID closures, and we now return those revenues into the budget. And we are expecting, based on historic trends, our supplementary property taxes. Those are the property taxes that roll into the mid-year budget from new builds. We would expect that to go up higher than what we've normally been receiving. And we're also projecting a 2021 surplus at this point. The staff have worked hard to keep our budget well in good position. And so we are projecting once again a surplus this year. And so we're projecting some of that surplus to carry forward into this year's budget. And I think that probably covers everything, but those are the drivers of that $2.4 million increase. As I mentioned, I wanted to chat a little bit about capital because this is a very large capital program this year. I already mentioned that. And we've segmented the capital budget into 3 categories this year to, I think, help council appreciate where the capital money is going. The first is what we would call repair and replacement capital. This is your asset management philosophy capital. And this is repair, replacement, and maintenance of existing assets to make life cycle improvements to keep them performing well and serving the community. We've also got growth-related capital. This is new infrastructure that's a result primarily of growth. And then we've got a final, these are studies or other smaller capital items, primarily what we call studies to help us drive new capital programs forward. As you can see, we've laid out how we fund, and I pointed out that $12 million figure. That's right there. That's your capital levy. That's what we charge the taxpayer in this budget for capital. But we then use a number of other sources to fund capital as well. Reserves, mostly driven by the water and wastewater reserves, and primarily driven by the renewal and investment in existing water and wastewater infrastructure, would be driving our reserve category. As well, our fleet reserve also contributes to this, and some other smaller reserves, including our public works capital reserve. We're fully leveraging the federal gas tax we get on transportation projects to help fund to increase our capital spending. We use development charges in 2 ways. We either have development charges coming right out of the development charge reserve, but in most cases, we're investing in infrastructure prior to the growth happening, and so we raise debt, which is repaid by development charges. So the principal and interest is paid by the collection of future development charges. We've got some debenture into this year, and you can see that those specific projects, and I believe one of them is some of the initial project for the Paris Main Branch Library. We have some federal grants coming in. I think the big one would be with the King Edward Street reconstruction. And then these are recoveries, primarily usually recoveries from developers who are cost sharing infrastructure, local infrastructure as we're building non-local infrastructure. We've also got investment income, which has been which we've had in the budget for many years as a result of the proceeds of investment from the Brant County Power Fund. So overall, it's a significantly large capital program this year. And as I mentioned, it's outlined in section 12 of the budget binder. And the general managers will be chatting about some of those specific projects in their presentations. Your Worship, we used to spend a lot of time looking at ranges of statistics and benchmarks. And we've kind of gotten out of that because you can find a statistic for pretty much everything in our business. But there's a few what I would call key benchmark statistics that I like to look at every year to just get an idea of how our municipality is performing on a general level. And so I've put these are from I'll note these are from the 2019 BMA municipal benchmarking study. We don't have the 2020 study in yet. And if we get that, I will update this table and circulate it to council if we get that before the budget's completed. But generally, as you can see, our weighted average household income is higher than in the peer group contained. So I will just mention, I think the BMA study has 125 municipalities participating in the study. So it's a fairly large sample group, and I think it is very representative of Ontario municipalities. So our average household income is above average, and our average weighted assessment per person in the community is about what average is. We have higher than average reserves on a per capita basis, but also higher than average debt in terms of debt servicing as a percent of our own source revenues, which is how the province views our debt in terms of our fiscal health. But our numbers, neither of those numbers, I think, are what I would call out of whack, and they suggest that we're fiscally in good shape. Our net levy per capita is lower than the average, and we are classified as low in that. And our cost for general municipal government, that's generally the cost of municipal administration, municipal administrative infrastructure, the cost of council, what I would call the base administrative foundation of the municipality, is lower than average. Our residential tax on a single family home on average is lower than the peer group. And our property tax as a percent of household income is also classified as low and below the average. And then the total municipal burden, and that's the value of municipal taxes, fees, and rates, is also almost a little more than a full percent lower than the peer group than our average. So generally, I think the county continues to be we continue to have a service that is effectively and delivered in a cost efficient way based on these what I would call key metrics. The last section of the budget I wanted to mention is decision packages. These fall outside of the base budget. These are decisions that we're presenting to council and would be classified as unmet needs or new services that we believe that the community needs. Sometimes we have external requests in those, or other spending requirements that we've identified as needed. There are a number of requests, I'll acknowledge that. And I'll just say that I met with all the general managers and we talked about these through the course of the budget preparation. And I couldn't argue with any of them. So we brought all of them forward this year. The senior management team reviewed them, and we did a little bit of work on them, but generally we think that they're all quite reasonable. But I will acknowledge it's a long list. So, we're open to discussing that decision package list with council. And if council is interested in us doing some more work on it or doing some more prioritization, we're open to that. But I thought it was good for council to see those decision packages because I think they are reflective of the level of service that our community is needing, our organization is needing, and our community is needing. So some final thoughts, Your Worship, before we move on to the presentations. As I mentioned, we believe this is a budget that's transitioning out of the COVID-19 pandemic and into its associated economic recovery. We believe the budget will address the growing needs of our community at the time, and it also reflects the operational realities of our organization. We think it's a cautiously optimistic budget, which is appropriate for the time that we're moving into. And it's a budget that reflects the fiscal capacity of our community and the organization, and it's a budget that remains affordable for residents. So Bear with me, Your Worship. Thank you. So, Your Worship, that's my opening presentations to the 2022 budget. And unless there's further questions on the overview that I've just presented, then we can move into the departmental presentations.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Are there any other questions for Michael before we do head into the binder? The only comment I have is that being the mayor of the county, I go in and out of different city halls, meeting different mayors all over the place, from Toronto to Windsor, it doesn't matter. And I've never walked into a county, a chamber or a city hall and found the morale and the as good as the county of Brant. I mean, everyone here, as Michael said, it's not always about benefits and money. It's about wanting to come to work and doing a good job and elevating each other so that at the end of the day, you know that you've done a good day's work. So thank you to the staff for all of that, because I mean, that's something that you people do. I'm sure there's very good city employees in every city, but if you're not happy, you don't produce. And if you don't produce, then it's just another job that you can't wait until you retire from. So the feeling of the county of Brant is something very special, and it's not something that I've imagined. It's not something that this council has said out loud many times. It's real. It's true, and I see it every time I leave the county boundaries. So thank you for everyone who makes that makes that happen, because it's very real. It's very important before we go into the budget, because all the things we're going to talk about in the budget are the ones that are satisfying the public and the staff and just everything that makes the county of Brant what it is. So we don't usually say no to anything if we should be saying yes to it. And I mean, that all sometimes takes money. So we're just lucky to have the money to be able to do what we do and make the decisions that we can make. So with that being said, and there's no other questions, we'll start with 7.1. Michael, you want to talk about the mayor and council?
Yes, thank you, Your Worship. So I think I'm going to wait for the clerk to put the presentation up on the screen, I believe.
Mr. Mayor, I did have a question on the previous section.
Councillor Miller.
I did, yeah, I guess, okay, so I'm just, it's a little hard because we got the presentation sent to us last night, we got the binder books, and now we're going, I guess, into section 2. So on section 1, I just want to ask about the federal provincial grants, which there's a 17.4% change, an increase, which I thought was good. Part of that, I think, would be that OM, whatever it's called, fund, 100,000 extra there. But also, is that money, is that extra increase, is that just a windfall, or is that just money it's got a specific spot, like I think ambulance service, 50% of that's funded from the province. So and I also understand there's less money from COVID. So I'm just wondering how that can be such a big jump and what accounts for that 17.4% change.
Heather Mifflin's here.
Good morning. Through the mayor. Yes, you're right. It's related to paramedic services. It's largely related to a new grant, one of the new grants that Russ, I believe, spoke about the other day that they've received. So a large portion of it is related to that specific grant with specific expenses attached to it, as well as the increase in the paramedic funding, 50-50 share, the province's 50-50 share. So.
Okay, thank you. And Mr. Mayor, we could avoid a lot of my questions if there's a big change and there's no understandable reason for it. If themaybe as we go through it, they could talk about. If I look at the first page, there's a 20% increase in insurance. That's self-explanatory. We all know that. But there's some others where there's a 25 or 33% increase or decrease, and I don't understand. So if some of these could be brought out during the presentation, like I say, that would save a lot of my questions. So thank you.
Yep, that's great. So maybe a little heavier on the explanations as we go through each section of the budget, so that we don't have to ask the
Just the
question.
big ones for me.
Just the big ones for Councillor Miller.
Thank you. Thank you, Your Worship. I'll start and I'll just quickly walk through the mayor and council budget. It's a fairly straightforward part of the budget. maybe I could ask for the next slide to come forward. And we've listed what we believe, I think, council's accomplishments over the course of the last year are many, but they're often found in the departmental presentations because council supports all those. So, but I think some key ones were continually working through a difficult year of COVID-19 pandemic situations, functioning very effectively in a virtual environment, and continuing to advance the business of the county very well in a difficult time. We also completed a new contract for our integrity commissioner and updated the code of conduct. 2022 priorities, I mean, the council's got many, but two that I would point out is the completion of the new official plan, which is a critical step and something that only happens once every 2 or 3 terms for council, as well as we have in the budget to do our 4-year remuneration review for council. So I'd ask for the next slide, please, which has the budget table. And this is fairly straightforward. I will just point out there's a $15,000 contribution and then being removed. Last year, we put $15,000 in the budget to be funded from the COVID funding from the province for a videographer, anticipating we would move into some hybrid meeting format this year, but we would need some external resources to help us do that. That never actually happened, so that money was never spent. We're taking that out now because, as I mentioned a few weeks ago, we will have hybrid meeting technology built into the council chambers, along with some renovations we've done there. I also mentioned you'll see $5,000 in one-time costs, and that's the cost of the council remuneration review, which would be scheduled to be done in probably late spring or early summer, and that's presented to council usually probably at the beginning of the summertime. And the only other thing, there's a $7,000 increase in materials and supplies, and that's related to our Federation of Canadian Municipalities membership, which I think was approved late in 2019, I think, and we've just brought it into the budget this year. So hopefully that makes sense, Your Worship, and I'm happy to answer any questions or the treasurer's here as well.
Okay, are there any questions? None?
Okay.
All right, move on then, Michael.
Thank you, Mr. Your Worship, and maybe I could ask that the next presentation package be put on, which would be the Office of the CAO. So the CAO's division includes my office, which is myself and our executive assistant. I've got a little group, little chart there called special projects, and I'll speak to that in a second. It includes Jody's group, Legal and Enforcement Services, as well as the Clerk's Department, Council Services. And I'll speak to all these fairly quickly as we move through. Maybe I could get to the next slide. So I think I've listed what I viewed as some accomplishments for this group, as well as some priorities. I won't go through them all, but I think I won't go through the accomplishments that we've laid out. But in terms of priorities, I think we'd like to see the completion and implementation of the automated speed enforcement program. As I mentioned earlier, we would like to have that 10-year financial plan presented to council in mid-year. And there's a staffing resourcing review also in the official plan that I would like to do before the end of the council term. And ongoing recovery and implementation of our new hybrid workplace as we move out of the COVID-19 workforce. Maybe we'll just move to the next slide. So the CAO's budget, there's an increase here related to the project manager's position. Maybe I'll just remind council, in early 2020, council approved a project manager's position. It was to be funded partially from some efficiencies we had in some other areas of the company, and partially from a strategic plan reserve that we set up from some funds we had from another source a few years back. And so we brought that into the budget. I didn't fill that position in 2020, and we didn't put it in the 2021 budget, and I filled that position later in 2021. And we've been using some surplus to pay for that. So that's what that increase is. As well, there's, yeah, I think that's everything. So that's what the increase to the CAO's budget is. Maybe if we could move to the next slide. So we've got this, we've put this category in called special projects. And these are project specific spending initiatives that council's put forward that we don't feel house really in any other department, but also ones that we just want to keep kind of in front of council for the time being. So the three projects that are in there now is the Brant Safe Streets program, the Automated Speed Control program, and the Gypsy Moth Control program, which ran out of my department last year. And I'll ask to move to the next slide. Okay, well, I'll keep talking if if we're not going to get to the next slide. So what I'll just say is that there we go. So as you can see, there's $672,000 in this group of projects, and I'll just tell you what they are. $243,000 is budgeted for the Brant Safe Streets project, and that's divided between salaries and wages, which we use for the staff who deploy all the various resources, as well as materials and supplies and contracted services for us to buy various things and equipment. So that's $243,000. There's $68,000, but also in this line for the Gypsy Moth Control program. I'd like to leave that in here for now. I think we haven't really made a decision yet on whether we're going to do Gypsy Moth or whether we think we need to do Gypsy Moth Control for next year. And we're out doing egg mass counts now, and I'll be meeting with staff late next week, and we may have some recommendations on council. But I'd also just like maybe give council a thought that I'd like to leave these funds in the budget regardless. And once we wind out of Gypsy Moth treatment, which moves on a 12-year cycle, so we eventually won't have to do this. But I'd like to redeploy these funds for other forestry purposes, because our forestry program is in its infancy right now, and this is an area where we could do some more spending because there is significant customer demands for that. So I might want to talk about that before we approve the budget with council. And then finally, I'll just speak to automated speed enforcement. If we can just go back, sorry. Thank you. So automated speed enforcement was included in the 2021 budget, but as a cost neutral initiative. Council's aware that we've struggled to get that deployed for various reasons that we've discussed with council, and you'll be getting another report from Robin on this in the near future. But once it's put in the budget, we do have to have some funds to make it happen. So what we did is we included $362,000 as income, offset by $362,000 as expenses. So that's why you see those numbers in this project for automated speed enforcement. And hopefully that makes sense to council. But again, the expenses and the income basically net each other out, and so that's why the gross budget on this is $300,000. Hopefully that makes sense for special projects. Maybe we can move on to the legal enforcement services budget. So the legal enforcement services includes the Office of the County Solicitor. It includes bylaw enforcement services, as well as it includes our licensing program, our insurance program, and the crossing guard program, and as well as some other smaller areas. Significant accomplishments this year was the ongoing work of our bylaw group to continue to enforce the various provincial orders that have come through as a result of COVID-19. We implemented a new river access parking mitigation strategy, which was, I think, quite successful, and you will be getting a concluding report on that towards the end of the year. And then we've also got a number of growth areas in that section, which I think we've talked about, including a recent report that Greg provided just recently. So our 2022 priorities will be to maintain service levels despite the increased growth, to continue with our river access mitigation plan, and to continue to modernize the department to deal with the significant increases in volume that group is seeing. Maybe if we can go to the next slide. So, Mr. Chair, I'll just point out a few larger drivers, as Councillor Miller mentioned. So if we go to the revenues, you'll see an increase, fairly significant increase under other revenues. of $222,000. And that would be the John Noble Homes share of our increased insurance premium, noting that the county has historically and continues to insure the John Noble Home as part of the service agreement we have with the city. And the second is increase in revenues is the $47,000, which is related to offsetting income coming in from the insurance reserve to help us mitigate the increase in insurance premiums. If we go to expenditures, you'll notice the first significant change is under salaries, wages, and benefits. We have obviously our regular cost of living increases, but we also have an increase to crossing guard wages that was approved by council to aid in our recruitment strategies for crossing guards, as well as some additional costs for bylaw enforcement that was also approved by council last year for river access enforcement. We've got some increases to materials and supplies, and that's around parking increases and improvements to the parking software, and that goes along with what I said earlier about us continuing to look for efficiencies to make the organization more nimble and to increase staffing resources. And then under insurance, obviously a significant $91,000, which represents the increase in the insurance premium, because some of our insurance premium is divided throughout the departments, and then some of it falls centrally, and this is where that's where the bulk of it falls. So, legal enforcement services, just before I move on, does have two decision packages, which will be discussed later, but one is for moving a legal clerk's position to a full-time lawyer's position to help us keep up with the ongoing challenges of running a complicated organization. And then we've also got a decision package for additional bylaw enforcement resources, which was well discussed at the last council meeting. I'll move to the next slide. Mr. Chair, this is council, or your worship, this is council services. This is the clerk's department, and it provides obviously all the support for council. The significant changes to, first of all, I should note that I think council services has continued to do a great job in helping council get through the virtual meeting environment. It has not been easy, but I think they've done an amazing job. Some other accomplishments that they've put in is that they've got a new meeting management system, which I think council is well aware of, and a continued movement towards electronic document management. And we also completed a ward boundary and governance review this year, which was well received by council. Priorities for this year, obviously the big one is the municipal and school board elections, and that will consume a significant amount of the department's capacity this year. But they'll also continue to work on the implementation of electronic documents, and they're digitizing a lot of historic files too, so we can free up storage space. We'll just move to the next slide. And the big driver to this is the municipal election. So you'll notice there's a contribution from reserves of $70,000, and that's where we basically, so every year for starting in the first council budget of the new term, and for the following 2 years, so for 3 years, we make a contribution to the election reserve, and in the election year we pull that money out of the reserve. So there's $72,000 coming out of that reserve, but that reserve will be short in order to what we need for the election. So we've added another 25,000. Sorry, we've added some additional funds to that to cover our election expenses. And so that's what's driving a lot of the $65,000 increase to the council services budget. As well, we have some electronic record management system costs associated in this increase. And we have regular increases for staffing related to cost of living and grid step increases for younger staff. So, Mr. Chair, your worship, sorry, I think that covers that. The CAO's department. Maybe if the presentation could be closed, I'd be happy to try to answer any questions.
Thank you. Are there any questions to Michael? Councillor Bell, you're first, and then Councillor Miller.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to Michael. On legal and enforcement issues, can you just articulate what the assumption is about how many LPAT tribunals we have to fight? Because my sense is we've got more coming.
Certainly, Ms. Chair, and I think Ms. Zudem is on the call. She might want to step in on that, but I think our sense is we have a number of them probably moving into the queue, and maybe if Jody wants to join, she could provide some context to that.
Good morning, thank you, and through your worship to Councillor Bell. We do have 2 matters that are currently appealed. There's the possibility of a 3rd matter to be appealed, likely at the end of this month. So for sure, I think that there will be 3 LPAT hearings. We already have 2 in the queue, so that's 5 in total. And so I can't speak to any other future ones, but to give you a ballpark number, that's where we're at right now. And as far as scheduling is concerned, I have 1 matter tomorrow and another one in February. And I'll be bringing reports on all of those matters, not the one for tomorrow. I've already brought a report to council on that, but the other 4 matters, I'll be bringing reports to council in December and potentially January.
Yeah,
Those
thank
will
you.
be in-camera reports.
Yeah, thank you, Jody. I think my comment, Mr. Mayor, is really in relation to the fact we're going through the new official plan process, and we've already recognised that there are going to be challenges. And I don't know what it costs for the average LPAT tribunal. My guess is many tens of thousands of dollars, and I just wondered what the assumption was in here.
And through you, your worship, I don't have a ballpark figure that I could give you with respect to the cost. It obviously depends on council's position for each matter. So wherever possible, I try and find efficiencies through witnesses through the corporation without having to hire external counsel. It's always when you have to, hire external experts. That's typically when the costs go up for the county. I know from private lawyers and private sector, the ballpark figure, very, very general, is anywhere from a week's hearing is going to be $80,000 to $100,000 for a week-long hearing. That's very general ballpark figure.
And again, Mr. Mayor, do we have a reserve associated with that in our budget?
Michael?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So the treasurer may want to help us out with this, but I think historically we carry some legal fee reserves in the departments, and I think there's a bit of a contracted service amount in the legal enforcement services department that we can use to those things. But generally, because legal actions are so unpredictable, we usually don't budget for them. We usually let that fall to the bottom line, and I think that's what most municipalities do. I think it is worth mentioning, though. I mean, we transitioned not quite 4 years ago to moving from using external legal services to in-house legal, and that's given us a tremendous amount of value in terms of how we deal with legal matters. And so, I was just thinking the other day, we've just gone through a fairly significant negotiation for some agreements that council's aware of. And the last time I did an agreement of that size, we were into the hundreds of thousands of dollars in legal fees. Because they're significant. There was months of work involved with those things, and that was all handled by in-house legal. So the value add to in-house legal is significant. I don't think we should forget that. I know Ms. Zudem is busy because as in-house legal becomes more comfortable, then staff are much more likely to seek legal advice in their decision making. So that's a challenge that she and I are working on. But I would say. I think the value of in-house legal has been very apparent to me in the last couple of years.
Thank you.
Well, the answer is very clear to me too. Just don't lose any, Jody. And we won't have to worry about finding anything anywhere. I'll leave that with you.
Okay.
All right, Councillor Gatward.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. A question regarding legal enforcement services through you to Michael or Jody. The in-house legal counsel, Michael, you mentioned that you're replacing a legal clerk with another solicitor. Will that make 3? And the second part of my question is, how many bylaw enforcement officers do we have? I know we appointed a lot during COVID just to keep staff working and dealing with all the demands that that department had, which was a great idea. And I also agree we get great value from in-house legal services, but I've lost track of how many we have in each of those departments. Can someone please tell me how many we have?
Michael?
Mr. Chair, I think Jody can answer that. I probably could too, but I think
Yeah.
Jody's got a better handle on it than I do.
All right.
Through you, your worship, to Councillor Gatward, you're correct. If the law clerk position is transformed to a lawyer, that would be 3 lawyers. The rationale, of course, that I could provide for that is you're going to get bigger bang for your buck to have a lawyer. That lawyer is going to provide you a service level that's going to be beyond what a law clerk could provide. And the cost component, respectfully, I indicate to you is nominal to get that additional service. So you're correct, that would be 3. And this municipality is growing, and it's not out of the ordinary to have legal departments that have anywhere from 3 to 6 lawyers for municipalities of a certain size, and Brant is moving into that arena. With respect to the bylaw enforcement officers and how many the county has right now, I could get that number for you. I don't want to misstate, but I suspect we have 4 or 5 municipal law enforcement officers, but I can certainly check with Greg to make sure I've given you the right number. And Mr. Bradley's decision earlier last spring, when we were moving into COVID, to deploy other staff to assist with bylaw enforcement was genius, quite frankly, on his part, because the county was really tapped for services, and that's the only way bylaw was able to enforce all of those provincial orders, which were coming down fast and furious from the province. I don't know if that helps.
It does help, and I agree. And thank you for getting me that number.
I will. Thank you.
Your
Any other-
worship, maybe if I could just mention, so as questions are asked, I mean, we don't have all of our staff here today. We've got our general managers and our senior management team members. So if there's questions we can't answer, what we've historically done is we'll just record those questions, and then the treasurer will provide that information to council, to all members of council. And so we'll continue to amass those questions as they're asked today if there's stuff that we can't answer. There was a bylaw enforcement business case that was presented, I think, just a couple of weeks ago, and it did have the staffing components in, so that'll be an easy number to get.
Good, thank you. Are there any other questions for Michael? No, seeing none?
Councilor Miller.
I'm sorry, Councilor Miller.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Mayor. It was brought up, so I just want to say, one of the line items we don't see is money not spent. We only see money spent. And I'll just, since Jody's come on, I'll say we saved a lot of money at these tribunals, because Jody's does a lot to prevent a lot of these from going to the tribunals. So she'll make a settlement, and I'm thinking of St. Mary's there on Bishopsgate. I think we would have dropped a lot of money on that, but she did a nice job negotiating that. And there's others too where we know they were going to the LPAT and they settled them, and she saved lots of money. So the money we do spend is well spent. But I want to talk a little bit about the special projects. And Michael, you mentioned maybe leaving the money in there. And I should say, and I usually try and give feedback to staff, so I apologize that I didn't do this, but I had a lot of positive feedback on that Gypsy Moth program.
Yes.
You know, I think it was Jamie Emerson. I think she was the one I was talking to. Anytime I had any interaction with her, it was always good. It was a good positive outcome. So kudos to you guys for running a good program. But like you talked about leaving money in there for special project, and I think it's a good idea, because I think we'll see other things coming along that maybe we should be spending money on it. I know Councillor Gatward talked about the giant hogweeds, and I know the GRCA has a lot of information. They had a good presentation on that, and there'll probably be some other things. I think we'll see some wild pigs coming to a municipality near you. So, like I say, I think it's prudent to keep that money in there, because yeah, there'll be some things to spend it on.
Yep. Thank you, Councilor Miller. Counselor Miller, do you have a filter on your camera today or something? You're awfully fuzzy and I can't see your hand very clearly when you put it up. So you might need to Windex your window there or something.
Yeah, okay, noted.
Thank you. Are there no other questions? Michael, are we going to just move on then to the next?
Yeah, Your Worship, I think the next item in the presentation would be development services. I believe Pam Dusling is going to do the presentation.
So you're finished with your piece now.
I am. Thank you very much, Your Worship.
Thank you. Pam, you're next under 7.3, please.
Morning, Mayor Bailey and County
Good morning.
Council.
Good morning.
The Development Services Department proposed 2022 budget begins on page 5.1 of your binders. And as you're aware, development services consists of administration, development planning, policy planning, development engineering, and building. And our goal for the coming 2022 budget year in development services was for development to pay for development. And therefore, you may notice that in many divisions, we have done things a bit differently this year and utilized development and building revenues. So there is overall little impact to the levy. And I'll be presenting on each division individually, and then I'll follow suit with Michael's presentation and leave questions to the end if that's okay.
Thank you.
So then starting on page 5.2, 5.3 is Development Services Administration. In 2021, we reorganized our services by introducing a policy team and made changes to front counter customer service and building. And these priorities for 2021 were on continued customer service with a focus to streamline development process, even amidst COVID-19. As a team, we have continued to create smooth development processes between development planning, development engineering, and building, and especially with ICI projects. And we also introduced various housekeeping policy initiatives to assist with good development practices. We do not have much in terms of the 2022 budget drivers under administration other than regular salaries, wages, and benefits. And overall development services administration will be focusing on the provincial adoption of the official plan, a phasing of development plan and policy implementation, and various bylaw updates such as the sign bylaw, the pool and fence bylaw, and will be assisting engineering design standards as well as creating and implementing design guidelines. Next is a development planning, which is on page 5.4 and 5.5 of the binder. And as you can see, the development planning team has been busy this year. In pivoting during the COVID-19 pandemic, development planning has enhanced online customer-friendly services for development applications and initiated virtual customer service opportunities. They're also developing a long overdue new subdivision agreement and registration process with legal services, and are currently completing a new terms of reference for the Committee of Adjustment that Council will see in January. And they have enhanced and modified the pre-consultation meeting process, developed a minor site plan application process for things like on-farm diversification and ICI applications, and have proceeded and processed with a record number of planning applications with accuracy and efficiency. As of year to date, we have had 237 planning applications, most being zoning, consents, and minor variances, where in 2020 we had 190 applications, and in 2019 we had 174 planning applications. I can confirm, as Jody mentioned, that development planning with the assistance from legal has been involved with 7 OLT, that's Ontario Land Tribunal, once known as LPAT or OMB hearings this 2021 year, which has also utilized much staff time and resources. And the development planning priorities for 2022 will include a new parkland dedication bylaw, the rollout of a new City View platform, and continued focus on customer service and prioritizing ICI applications. And just on the next page, our budget drivers are increased salaries and benefits. And we're also continuing to increase our planning application fees and therefore increasing revenues. And I will also note that our department's only division or decision package is on page 11-28 and 11-29. And this lies in development planning and is the request of the recreation of a planning technician position. When we restructured last year, we eliminated this position, thinking that we could reallocate the services to the development planners. However, this has just not been possible with the amount of workload. And we'd like to reestablish this position permanently again in 2022. Next on pages 5.6 and 5.7 is our policy planning department or division. And they've been a fabulous addition to our department. This year, the policy planners have been busy working to finalize the new official plan and municipal comprehensive review and growth management strategy, along with continued stakeholder, Indigenous, and public consultation and engagement as directed by the Planning Act. It's anticipated that the new official plan will be sent to the province in early 2022 for final approval. And this year, our environmental planner completed a tree conservation bylaw and implementation, and the team has assisted with very important zoning bylaw housekeeping amendments, such as the ARU policy that has definitely assisted with good sound planning practices in the County of Brant. The priorities of the policy planning team in 2022 will first and foremost be the completion of the new official plan, and then the municipal comprehensive review, as well as the growth management strategy and phasing of development plan. Furthermore, the policy planners are excited to begin the comprehensive zoning bylaw update to align the new official plan. And they also hope to start the much needed archaeological management plan and urban design guidelines project. And it should be noted that these are all capital projects, which are mostly funded from the DCs, and they're outlined on page 12-18. The budget drivers on the next page will include staff salaries and wages and increase in supplies and materials, which is mostly advertisements in the newspaper, which have substantially increased, as is required again by the Planning Act. Next is development engineering on pages 5.8 and 5.9. And you can see the development engineering division is status quo this year. The past year, development engineering has continued to streamline the development process with planning and building operations. Similar to development planning, there has been a high number of development applications to review, as well as development construction, lot grading, and field services work. Field Services has drafted an update to their site alteration bylaw, which council will receive in Q1 of 2022. And again, above all, development engineering continues to work on streamlining and exceptional customer service. On the next page, in 2022, we can expect a continued management of the high volume of development engineering review based on the high volume of planning applications we're receiving in 2021. We also plan to assist with an update on the development engineering standards in the county, and we'll work diligently on the phased growth management strategy. And the only budget drivers are salaries, wages, and benefits in 2022 for development engineering. Finally is our building area on pages 5.10 and 5.11 of the proposed building budget. And as Michael has mentioned in today's introduction, the building division again has been very busy over the last number of years with a high volume of building permits, and this year is no exception. To date, there have been 933 building permits issued in the County of Brant this year, where there were a total of 931 at the same time last year in 2020. So even during the last 2 years of COVID, the development construction has remained strong in the County of Brant. And I'm incredibly proud of the building team for pivoting and finding appropriate ways to issue permits and complete inspections with socially distancing and remaining safe during the construction site seasons of 2020 and 2021. However, I can confirm for council that the types of building permits have been different in 2021 as compared to 2020. We have issued a much lower overall number of residential units, as the county issued 470 residential permits last year and only 192 to date in 2021. Yet we have issued more ICI applications with the assistance of strategic initiatives and specifically the development liaison role. The category of other residential permits, including home renovations, has increased from 262 permits in 2020 to 442 permits to date in 2021. There's also been an increase in farm building permits to a value of 11.6 million, as opposed to 6.9 million from 2020. And our total permit values is down from 235 million to 159 million to date, but we have collected nearly 2 million in permit fees. Overall, the building reserves are strong, and we anticipate a steady and continued stream of building activity in 2022. The large industrial building permits this past year have included the Willett Hospital, at 750,000 in renovations, the Paris Central Elementary School at 700,000 in renovations, and the Sacred Heart School at 900,000 in addition and renovations. And the large industrial permits this year have included Roswell Concrete at 800,000 with a new build, Apogee with 1 million addition, Portugal Sauces with a 1 million new building, and Evergreen, which is the Ford Distribution Center with a 35 million new build. So in 2022, it's expected that the building division will remain busy, that there will be continued focus on streamlining the development processes, again, particularly with ICI applications. And again, we'll be updating the CityView interface, as you can see on the next page, which is utilizing Toughbooks, which are really just industrial laptops in the field for our building inspectors. There are no budget drivers anticipated for the 2022 building budget. And it should be reminded that the building budget is self-sufficient. And with that, I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Pam. Well, what a whirlwind your department is. Before we begin with questions, I'd like to thank Matt, Jennifer, Don, and Richard, and yourself for doing such an outstanding job in all parts of your department. It's been a crazy department to watch, as my office is there and I get to see things every day. And I just can't believe how big your job is and how small your job is, as far as how personal and how important it is at an individual level too. So good for you for being diversified to be able to handle the big things and be as sensitive to also handle the small things, which I just witnessed this week, and it was very well done. So are there any questions to Pam and her department? Councillor Houses first, Councillor Pierce the second.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, through you real quick. And I have no idea if there are very many people in the public who are paying attention and watching this meeting today. But I know that some would find it noteworthy about the reduction in residential building permits. And I just wanted to touch on that quickly because there's a chance we will be asked about it. So in 2020, last year, 470 residential building permits down to 192 residential building permits this year. I just want to make sure I got that accurate. And do you have like a 1 or 2 sentence explanation of and many people would look at that as good news, just to see some of the growth slowing down a little bit. I just wondered if you could touch on that for a second, please.
Through you, the Mayor, to Councillor House, you're correct with those numbers. 470 residential permits last year and 192 to date in 2021. We are expecting a few more residential permits up by the sports Brant complex, the LIV development, that should be issued between now and the end of the year. So that number will rise. We are very diligently working on a steady growth rate as compared to the peaks and valleys maybe that we've seen in the past in the County of Brant.
Thank you.
Councillor Pierce.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to Pam. Yeah, that Steve just took one of my questions, but I got, and I appreciate that answer, because we will be asked for sure. That's something that, just looking around, people are going to say, there's no way it went down, but the numbers are what the numbers are. The questions I have, and it's kind of related to what's been going on in the county the last, we'll say the last couple of years or so. But when we look at the revenues, and I look at it for policy planning, I look at it for development engineering, and I look at it for building, the revenues and the fees and service charges are down, and I'm going to say substantially, because some of them there are. If we take policy planning, for example, it's cut, it's less than half of what it was for the proposed for 2021. I'm trying to understand, with the amount of building that's going on in the county and stuff like that, I'm trying to make sense of how our fees and service charges, which is revenue for that type of thing, is going down. And I'm wondering if you could just kind of help me with that.
Sure, I'll do my best through Mayor to Councillor. Maybe I'll ask Michael and Heather to jump in as well. We've taken a little bit of a different approach this year, so we've tried to use some of our development and building revenues where we can in some of our other areas to support our salaries and benefits. As well, our policy planning area is a bit different under the legislation because it is long-term growth. We can't support so much as the policy area through those opportunities. And maybe I'll ask Heather to just help with the rest of that question.
Heather?
Through you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, Pam is correct. Like we've tried to reallocate some of the development and building revenues across. And in doing that, we looked at all areas and how they were supporting building. And so we did some adjustments and policy, the nature, and Pam can explain further how policy planning maybe doesn't touch building as much. So we've shifted that more to the development planning division. So it's somewhat of a correction in use as well. So it's not really decreasing, it's moving, if that makes any sense.
Michael, do you want to add to that?
Yeah, thank you, Your Worship. I'm going to suggest maybe if council, if you got your budget binders in front of you, if you want to turn to page 1.4, just walk you through this little exercise here. So if you look at 1.4, about 3/4 of the page down, you'll see development services. And I want you to go to the bottom line, total development services. So what I asked Pam and Heather to do this year is to go through an exercise and figure out how we can maximize all of our available revenues coming into the department. The big revenue source being building permit fees. That is the biggest. And my contention to that is that all of the pieces of planning and development lead to the building permit. So we need to leverage the building permit fees as much as we can. So if you note on that page, the 2021 budget overall net levy for development services was $749,000. And this year we've been able to bring more fees into that budget from mostly from various revenue sources, but predominantly from the building permit fees. And so our net levy proposed is $673,000. So that's a 10% decrease in the net levy impact of that whole department. And what that means is that we've looked at the department as a whole and how we can capitalize on all of its revenues to drive its costs down for the taxpayer. And I think we've done that. So hopefully, if you look at the department as a whole and you look at those two, we've been able to bring $76,000 of new revenues into the department, push its costs down. So it's had some cost increases around staffing and stuff, but we've been able to totally leverage our available revenues. And the contention to that is that growth, we want growth to pay for growth when and where it can. So hopefully that at a macro department level, that helps to explain, I think, the question. And I think we've done the right thing. And I think we're going to continue to do that exercise every year and figure out how can we completely maximize the revenues coming into the department to keep the impact of the taxpayer at a minimum for development services. Noting that some of its activities aren't paid for growth. They do need to be paid by the taxpayer, but a lot of their activities do. So hopefully that answers the question. Helps.
Yeah, I totally appreciate that explanation from the three of you there, and I think that would make more sense to anybody that is looking at this or watching. So thank you very much for that. I appreciate it.
Councillor Gatward.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, through you to Pam. Pam, I enjoyed your presentation, found it quite interesting. Would I please be able to get a copy of your presentation? I didn't make notes fast enough, that's why.
Yes, through the mayor to Councillor Gatward, we can make that available for you.
Thank you very much.
Are there any other questions for Pam? Councillor Miller.
I'm unblurred, Mr. Mayor, I think. Through you to Pam. Pam, as a counselor, I probably get the most complaints directed to me about your department, and that's not nothing personal on you, but just the nature of the beast, whether it's a building permit or a severance or anything. And I think you understand that. Having said that, I'll also say that it's gotten a lot better since you've been around, since Matt's been around. Simple question is, are we going to keep Gilly on board?
Through the mayor to Councillor, Dilly has been a great assistance to development services, and we're continuing to enhance our relationship with strategic initiatives and work with our businesses and commercial businesses, industrial businesses, and I think it's a great benefit to the County of Brant.
Okay, that's all I need to know. Thank you.
Good. That's good to hear that. Any other questions for Pam? Councillor Pierce?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just at the end of what I was saying there before, I just wanted to make a comment about that. And overall in this budget, I appreciate the fact that staff and right up to the CAO is thinking out of the box from other ways to bring revenue into all these different departments. So I thank you for that.
Thanks, Councillor Pierce. Thank you, Pam. I don't think there's any more questions for you, so thank you for your report. And Michael, you're back up on 7.4, please.
Mr. Mayor, I've actually, Heather Mifflin has agreed to do corporate services because I'm losing my voice, so.
All right.
For you, Mr. Mayor. So corporate services consists of the corporate services admin, human resources, business and technology solutions, and finance. Next slide. So corporate services admin, this is largely is where the GM is housed. And as you know, it's been vacant this year. So the accomplishments for this area can be seen throughout the other divisions. We welcome Heather Boyd as our new GM, and she will be working with the CAO on the priorities for 2022. The next slide. The budget drivers are largely related to the incoming position. And just of note, customer service, the customer service division used to reside under corporate services admin, and now it's under Heather Fair, so it has been moved over under operations. Also through that, though, the interfunctional charge increase there is related to corporate services and use of that admin pool, that overall admin pool. So that's where that increase comes from. Next slide. So human resources, they have quite a list of accomplishments. They were very good in supporting all of employees and staff and throughout COVID with all the various things that come with that. Also that throughout COVID, they had, we're still dealing with recruitment and contract negotiations. For 2022, the priorities are to work on the HR policy and procedures. They have some mental health initiatives, and they're working through or will be working on the council remuneration review. Next slide. So they have some increases related in the other revenue is related to some min overhead, which are interfunctional charges for services, HR. You'll see it in business and technology and finance as well, where we provide services because that's where we're a support department to the other departments. Salaries and wages are increasing because of grid movement, cost of living, and some market review impact. There is in materials and supplies, there's some increases related to employee relations for increase in bereavement and retirement gifts. There's also a cost increase to the employment assistance contract and an increase for asbestos inspections. Next slide. So business and technologies, they have quite a list of accomplishments here. And again, they're a support service. So they assist all departments with their software needs and implementations. They also have a number of 2022 priorities. Again, touching like asset management will be a big piece to get that up and moving forward. Next slide. So their budget drivers, the big one there at the top is related to the Safe Restart funding. So because of their the need when everybody moved home for extra support for staff in that home environment. There was a contract position, a desktop support contract position hired and funded by the Safe Restart funding. That that position has been removed on a permanent. Sorry, it was removed, but it has been added back as a 3-month contract, and I think, and it is included as a decision package to make it permanent. The other increases beyond salaries are related to increase in software support due to working from home and other COVID related activities. They do, as I noted, the business and technologies have 4 decision packages. They're on pages 11-14 to 11-23. There's a service and storage specialist, a desktop support technician, which is the contract position to be made permanent, a GIS analyst, and a network and security specialist. They also have 2 capital projects, a GIS aerial photograph, and the updating of the hardware and software that happens every year. And that's on page 12-4. Next slide. So finance, we've had a number of accomplishments. We worked hard to get the new tax software implemented and e-billing in place. We're currently working on to get ActiveNet up and going. We're assisting with the development charges bylaw amendment. For our priorities, next year we will be working on a purchasing policy review. We are aiming to get the financial statements completed in an earlier timeline, and we'll be working again also with the asset management software implementation. Next slide. So similar, our increases. We have the increase in overhead for the support services we provide to other departments. Our salaries are related to grid movement, cost of living, and the market review. We have an increase in consulting services, which we use to protect the assessment base that happens through appeals or other tax issues that come forward. Also, in the rent and financial expenses line, there's an increase to bank and finance charges related to the increase in online payments that has occurred over the COVID period. Now, we do have 2 decision packages coming forward on pages 11-24 to 11-27. We have a senior accountant that will assist in getting the financial statements completed in a more timely manner, is what we're hoping for. And also we're requesting a financial analyst for tax, which is kind of a backfill. The staff that is currently doing that their role has taken over into a lot more software integration and working with how all the different softwares that we have that bring in revenue connect with the finances and making sure all those processes work properly and correctly. We also have 1 capital, again on page 12-4, and it is a replacement of the point of sale software. So that's it for now. If anyone has any questions.
Thank you. If you could stop screen sharing so I can see people. Thank you. Are there any questions for Heather? Councillor Pearce and then Councillor Gatward.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, through you. And I'm not sure if you mentioned it or not, my internet just took a little bloop there. But on page 4.9, when it talks under finance for expenditures, rent and financial expenses, I apologize if you did speak to that, but I didn't hear if you did. If you could just give me an understanding of why that's up like that.
Mr. Mayor, yes, that's related to the increases in online payments that we moved in that direction during COVID, and those comes with cost. Everything that we do like that also increase that cost.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Counselor, did you have your hand up, Counselor Gatward?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, thank you.
Good, good, okay. Go ahead, please.
Thank you. Through you to Heather. Great job, Heather. I thought you went through that like a pro, and I appreciate all the information. My question is, you mentioned the customer service clerks are transferred over to operations, and certainly they do a lot of different duties, and they also collect taxes, as you know, for the municipality. So will their total costs be, will some of their costs be transferred to this budget, or will it all go through operations?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, that is in the corporate services admin budget, that final line called interfunctional adjustments. That's where the expense for the service of the customer service reps comes back to customer service.
Great, thank you very much, Heather.
Any other questions? Seeing none. Thank you, Heather. You're going to stay on to do the next one.
I am. Thank you,
All
Mr.
right.
Mayor.
Do you need a glass of water or?
No, I'm
You're
good. Thanks.
All right. Thank you.
Okay, so this is taxation and corporate finance. So this is usually a large area, and there are traditionally quite a number of large increases. So I will go through in detail most of these. So starting with federal and provincial grants, the increase there is the OMPF increase of 104,000. The next increase under other revenues. So in here, we have the 400,000 for the surplus carry forward that we've estimated. Also in here is the reduction of the boundary compensation from the city of 171,000, and also the increase to the investment income. So that's what makes up the other revenue increases. In the other tax revenues, that's included in there is the 200,000 in expected increases in supplementary property taxes. So that will bring our estimated supplementary property taxes to 1.5 million. Under contribution from reserves, so this is a decrease. So last year we had brought in 347,000, which was the full amount of the Safe Restart funding phase 2. So that has been removed. We also had brought in $633,180 from the contingency fund, both from contingency and Safe Restart funding. $283,180 has been removed. We have left 350,000 of funding coming in from the contingency reserve at this time. Also in that line is a contribution from development charges, and this is here to, it's 120,000, and it offsets the new debt issue that is down below, because it is a debt issued for to cover DC related costs. Okay, so then we go down to expenditures. So the largest, I'm going to start at rent and financial expenses. So in here we do have like efficiencies, overall efficiencies that we kind of estimate, and there's an increase in there of around 73,000, and it's offset by an increase in taxes to be written off. So there is a backlog at the Assessment Review Board of appeals, and we're estimating that that could increase our number of write-offs by about 100,000. For external transfers, this is where our community grants are. So in here, we in 2021 was the final year of Crossing All Bridges 3-year commitment, so that amount has been removed. In 2021, council approved a 1-year commitment to Stedman Hospice of 100,000, so that's out. Now they have a request in for for this year. And in 2022, this will be the final year for the emergency room grant commitment that council has made. Then that brings us to principal and interest. And this is we will be issuing debt in early 2022. And this represents one payment of that payment related to that new issue of debt is in here. And like I noted before, part of it is funded from the DCs. Any questions?
I can only see Councillor Bell's hand. Yeah, there we go. Councillor Bell, you're first, please.
Yeah, thank you. Through the mayor, thank you, Heather. Question on the principal and interest on the long-term debt. I think Michael earlier talked about the percentage that represented of our income. Could you just remind me how much freedom we still have to grow that long-term debt?
I will have to get back to you on that one. I don't have that number stuck in my head right at the moment. Sorry.
No problem.
Any other questions for Heather? Councillor Wheat, please.
It's not a question, but further to what Councillor Bell had just said, long-term debt, I know we've got room, but I want to bring that long-term debt down and not increase it.
Thank you, Councillor Wheat. Any other questions or comments? Heather?
Somebody just sent me the answer to Councillor Bell's questions. Those through the mayor. Currently, we're at 7.4, and the new issue will bring us to 9.1%.
Councillor Bell?
Yeah, Heather, so how much room do we still have before we reach the ceiling?
I will get back to you on that piece too.
Okay.
Thanks. Sorry.
Thank you. Any other questions for Heather? No one's sending you messages, Heather?
No, sorry.
Okay.
Oh, wait a minute. 5.9% according to our debt policy, we have 5.9% room left.
Thank you, Heather.
Thank you very much. No other questions? Seeing none. Thank you, Heather. And we're now moving on to the library with Kelly and Fred. Are they both here? Kelly?
Yes, yes, I'm here, Mr. Mayor.
Okay.
Thank you. Just got in the door in time. Thank you.
Good.
I'm hoping Kelly's with us.
I am. I'm here, Fred.
Okay, great. Well, I just want to thank council for this opportunity through you, Mr. Mayor. Hopefully in your package, you've got our proposed 2022 budget. I'd just like to point out some of our 2021 accomplishments listed there. You'll see that we have been able to launch our self-service kiosk in Onondaga, along with our programming in Onondaga. We have the story walks throughout the county that you may have seen, and we've expanded our grab and go bags and resources. And if you look at the three of those things, you'll see that in 2021, the library was actively pushing itself out through the walls and into the outdoors and into the community. I can report to you that our more traditional library services, many of them are recovering rapidly from the pandemic. Kelly, our CEO, reports that some of our output measures are approaching or have matched pre-COVID results, and that's really heartening. Moving forward into 2022 and everything that ensues from this next budget, I'm going to turn it over to Kelly to explain further. Kelly?
Thanks, Fred. I think as Michael said off the bat today, the theme for us is transition, like everyone else. We've been transitioning throughout this year to a new normal existing with COVID, and our 2022 budget also transitions us, we hope, to better meet community demand going forward. So as Fred said, our accomplishments for 2021 really reflect our deliberate focus on taking the library outside of our doors. Since the pandemic closed our doors, we immediately transitioned to online services. And now that we're open again, we've dived right back into that, but we're looking at services that help meet the community's needs where they are. So in Onondaga, in the parks with our story walks, out in their homes. The Grab and Go Brag program that we introduced was for busy parents who are stuck at home, who were stuck at home, juggling work and kids. So they could come to the library, pick up their bag, and then have library service in their home in a meaningful way. Our staff have been navigating COVID-19 as well. So we've transitioned to providing a broader range of services. I think 2 years ago, staff could never have predicted that they would now be experts in YouTube story times and shrinking vaccine passports to wallet size. We're transitioning like everyone else. Our factors driving the 2022 budget are, you'll see on page 9.3 of your package. There's a decrease in our operating funds with the ending of the Safe Restart funding. Our part-time wages have increased due to the fulfillment of some staffing positions that were approved in previous budgets, but the pandemic forced us to delay implementing. We also have some increases to our fixed costs. So electronic collections are more expensive. Our book processing fees have gone up. We also have an increase in our insurance rates. So those are all reflected under the adjustments and inflation column of the 2022 budget. So our decision packages, we have two. You'll find them starting on page 1155 and then 1156 of the budget of your decision package section of your binder. They both focus on building better capacity within staff. Retaining staff is a huge priority for us. We have an enormously talented staff. Most of them are part-time, and the fact that our professional staff are existing on part-time salaries and providing the quality of work that they do, I think is a testament to the phenomenal staff that we have on board. So our priority in our decision packages is to retain this talented staff and to better utilize their talents. So decision 1155 is a request to create a custodian position where we'd like to transition some of the cleaning services from their current contracts into in-house. We'd end up with a hybrid system where we had an in-house permanent staff custodian supplemented by evening and weekend cleaning coverage through contract. So we believe this will improve the quality of the work and shorten the response time, as well as maximizing use of existing equipment like the library van to do deliveries with the library van versus currently contracting out for it. I think makes much better use of an expensive capital thing that we already own. The second decision package is on page 1156 of your binder, and it is a request to transition 2 part-time staff to permanent full-time. We are able to accomplish this with a minimal impact on the budget by utilizing some contract hours that are currently within our staffing budget and transitioning them to the full-time positions. So while we won't incur costs in terms of hours, because those are already budgeted, there would be costs associated in employee costs and benefits to enable those positions to be permanent full-time. We also have 2 proposed capital projects within the capital section, 12 of your binder, page 1214. We have a planned replacement of the Burford Library's HVAC system. And we also have a budget line included for the various library maintenance projects, small projects related to the life cycle and the aging of our buildings. So transition is our theme for the year, and we hope we've presented you decision packages that are logical and help us better utilize the resources we already have. So Fred and I are open to taking questions.
Thanks, Kelly. Okay, yep, there we go. Are there any questions for Fred or Kelly? Councillor Howe is your first.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Fred or Kelly, you touched on some of the very innovative things that the library staff put together to engage with people during the lockdown phase. Real quickly, will some of those initiatives continue now that we're getting back to normal? Can you just touch on that a little bit?
Absolutely. So through you, Mr. Mayor, we now have the challenge, but also the opportunity of continuing everything we found success with throughout the pandemic. So all of our online services, right, our chat services, our increased focus on digital promotion and engagement through social media, those will all continue. They've been enormously successful, and we certainly wouldn't want to slide backwards in terms of the quality of connection we have with the community.
Okay, quick follow-up to that, specifically about the outdoor story walks. That's something that we will be asked about. It will the existing ones continue? Will that be something that you do again in the future?
Yes, so through you, Mr. Mayor, we plan to continue that. We have been working with park staff to transition those story walks into a more permanent feature of the parks. We've installed better signage equipment, as well as we'll continue to expand the moving story walks will continue to pop up among the community at events in various green spaces. So we'll have an ongoing rotation of story walk stories changing within permanent spaces and continue to do an outreach-based transitional story walk.
Thank you. That's good news. They were very well received.
Councillor Pierce next, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you, a couple quick questions if I have. So just for on page 9.2, when you talk about the 2022 priorities, you've got transition to the new main branch of Paris. I just want to make it clear that the planning is going to be starting in 2022. We're not going to be transitioning to a new branch in Paris in 2022. So I know we all know that, but I just want to make sure everybody that's reading this understands that. As far as, if you could just remind me, please, as far as total staff, and I'm not counting the part-timers we want to make into full-time. I'm talking as of right now. Can you just remind me again the number of total staff, full-time and part-time we have?
So through you, Mr. Mayor, our current staff complement is we have 35 bodies, and I believe that translates to about 17 FTEs. I will double check for you.
Okay, thank you for that. Okay, and on that same page on 9.3, at the bottom of the dollar change, you have 142,858. And then if you go over to page 10.3, it has 143,858. I know it's only 1,000, but which number is correct?
Forgive me, I might have to ask the treasurer to help with that. The charts were created by her team. I believe that the number on page 9.3 is correct, but I would defer to her expertise here.
Okay, as I say, it's only 1,000, but I just want to make sure that the numbers are jiving here. So that's fine. Okay, and then if I could quickly, Mr. Mayor, through you, touch on the decision packages. I'm trying to understand. So if we go to 1155 for the cleaning and delivery service program, it talks about this position will transition cleaning to a delivery service in-house, and supplemental third-party cleaning contract will be maintained for evening and weekend support. I'm trying to understand that if we have an in-house cleaning service, I'm trying to understand why we need anything outside of that, because I'm assuming the in-house cleaning service would be a full-time position that would be there on a daily basis, maybe rotating around the different libraries. So if you could help me figure that one out, please.
Absolutely. Through you, Mr. Mayor. Our branches are open up to 7 days a week as the Paris branch. And as you've mentioned, we have 5 locations across the county. That's a lot of cleaning that needs to be done. As well, this position would conduct our delivery service, which currently runs 2 days a week. It covers all branches within the county. it delivers books and materials among the branches. So the time that the custodian spends would be divided between the cleaning and the delivery. And while we do expect an improvement in the quality of cleaning at the branches, there will still be a demand on the weekends in particular. When we get back to having programs within the branches, more traffic happening on Saturdays and Sundays when it's not possible to have a single person cover all 7 days a week, we will need some supplemental cleaning.
Okay, I appreciate that, but might I suggest, and I'm not sure how you're going about it, if it's been thought of or not, but potentially it may not be, and I'm just throwing an idea out there, it may not be a Monday to Friday 9 to 5 position. I'm just kind of throwing that out there. And then on the next page, 1156, if I could, you talk about the expenses for the salary and benefits, and then you've got a savings from wages and benefits. I'm trying to understand, first of all, when we talk a part-time position, how many hours is that supposed to be standard?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, the standard is up to 30 hours a week.
Okay, that's what I thought. So in essence, we're going to be getting an extra 5 hours a week-ish out of the full-time position, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, so I'm trying to understand, as it stands right now, I'm trying to understand the savings. So they're actually working more than that extra 5 hours a week? Is that what I'm hearing here?
So through you, Mr. Mayor, what we have currently is hours budgeted within a contract budget line. So we have our permanent part-time staff budget of their 30 hours a week. We have additional hours that are budgeted for contract staff. So we're proposing to transition hours from the contract staff to the permanent, what are currently permanent part-time staff, which would enable them to work full-time hours. So the number of hours that we have budgeted would not change, simply their allocation to which individuals is what would change.
Okay, so I'm glad you said it like that, Kelly, because that's where I wanted to go. So this doesn't mean, in essence, that we're going to lose a contract position, right? We're just taking some of the hours from the contract and moving them into what would be a full-time position, right?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, yes, that's correct. Yes, we're not looking to eliminate any positions, just make better use of the hours that we already have budgeted.
Perfect. Thank you for that. That's all I have, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Pierce. Are there any other questions for Kelly or for Fred? No. Well, seeing none, it's going to be an exciting couple of years for you people.
Thank you.
You got a lot of people rooting for you, so.
I was just wanted to add, Mr. Mayor, through you to council, that I'm feeling a little bit like we're overdue for a library update to council. We're in the home stretch of finishing our new strat plans, so perhaps that'll be a good enough reason for us to come back to council and share.
That's great, Fred. You don't need much of a reason to come and speak to us.
Yeah, there we go. Thank you.
There you go. Anyway, thank you for today.
Righto.
Thank you. 7.7, Allison. Strategic incentives. Hello, Allison. Seems like I haven't seen you for a long time. Uh-oh. There you go.
Thank you, through you, your worship, and to committee. So I'll go over, I won't go through all the details of our budget. I know everyone's probably getting a little tired, but I'll try to go through the highlights. So just to recap, strategic initiatives involves strategic initiatives administration, economic development and tourism, communications and public relations, public transportation, and accessibility services. So starting with the administration, that includes the department coordinator, the development liaison, and myself. One of the big accomplishments I wanted to highlight, and just to let council know how this is going to roll out, would be the achievement of the WCCD, that's the World Council on City Data Platinum certification, which was received at council. And in the near future, we're going to be rolling out the data portal to council and doing some training with you so that you can see how to access and use all that data to assess not only the departmental goals, but also see how we're doing in relation to some of our competitors and also how to assess corporate strategic goals through that data portal. Just a sort of reminder and focus on how the administration, how I as the general manager have looked at this department. All of the divisions that fall within strategic initiatives are really either new in and of themselves in the last 5 years, or new certainly in their current format in the last 5 years. So much of the focus is going to continue to be on development and evolution of all the divisions as they grow and recalibrate with council and of course the current conditions. And as I said, the only budget driver really related to this was step increases and the WCCD membership and subscription. Move on to economic development and tourism. So a large focus naturally has been on business support and recovery across all of the sectors for economic development and tourism. They've all had many challenges, as you know. I would imagine for at least the foreseeable future in the medium term, a large focus is going to continue to be on that business recovery and support, but the programming and investment will likely continue to recalibrate not only as businesses adapt operationally post-COVID, but also as we see the impacts of shifting consumer behavior, as the CAO alluded to earlier in his presentation, how that affects the markets and particularly the demand for industrial space. The budget drivers here are 2022 will be the first year that all approved positions for this division will be fully staffed, and also grid step increases for some of the newer staff. The OSM conference, that's the Ontario Small Urban Municipalities Conference, which was approved and moved due to COVID. That is the one-time cost you see there. Brant Celebrates, which is the Arts, Culture and Heritage Festival, which council approved in 2019, but didn't happen in 2020 or 21 due to COVID. We do have the new Arts, Culture and Heritage Officer on board, and they will be embarking on the strategy for Arts, Culture and Heritage in 2022. Required training for professional certification maintenance, a large increase in demand for small business support, and our contracted services, the increase there is having a master's student to do a special project, research project for us, and that's offset by a provincial grant that you see in revenue coming through. And also we have our contracted services that are going to hit the budget in 2022 for the Windsea Visitor Kiosk and the washrooms also. Okay, so move on to communications and public relations. This division, I think, as everybody knows, has had a very busy year, particularly due to all the emergency communications and associated work with that. The new video communications staff person has been on board, and I think you've probably all noticed an increase in all the videos that are coming out, is doing a great job, and that is one of the drivers, having that position annualized. Engage Brant was also launched this year and implemented, and is going to be managed by this division moving forward. In 2022, the department will, or excuse me, the division will embark on a website redesign and relaunch and renew the communications and marketing plan. And you also see a reallocation, I believe this was mentioned in the CAO's budget, that's been moved into the CAO budget for Bang the Table, which is Engage Brant. And we can move on to public transit, Brant Transit. So I know we've had a lot of talk on Brant Transit, and I'm happy to report that as Council approved the relaunch and rebrand that happened in July of this year, we have seen a sharp increase in ridership and subsequently revenue for the service, which is fantastic. I think we're finally seeing the uptake that we've been expecting, and it was very hard to tell how or when that was going to happen due to the decreased ridership due to COVID. I'm happy to report that does seem to be trending upward. We will be looking, as mentioned, to add new fleet in 2022, and we will also be bringing a report back in January, just to let you know how those numbers are trending and what we can expect for 2022. So we do, we have been seeing increasing revenue, and we expect that to continue in 2022. We do have the final increase of the contract with our service provider, BTS, that is hitting the budget, and have reallocated salaries and benefits to capture staff time in that budget also. If we can move on to accessibility. So accessibility services is largely going to be status quo for 2022. You can see some of the training that was completed. Accessibility is a big focus and really captures something a bit larger. And I'll talk a little bit to diversity, equity, and inclusion plan that that we've been talking about, certainly at the senior management level, and we're not entirely sure what that's going to look like yet, but that is something that would be captured within this division. The only budget driver here is step increases and grid increase to the salary. And I'm happy to answer any questions. Oh, I'm sorry, and I should mention there are no decision packages for the department. You'll be happy to hear this year, and there are 3 capital projects on page 1218 of your package. The final implementation of the wayfinding strategy will be done in 2022. We do expect that to come in significantly under budget. And I already mentioned the website modules, website redesign, and communications and marketing strategy refresh are also in the capital budget.
Thank you, Allison. Are there any questions for Allison? Councillor Pierce first, and then Councillor Gatward, and then Councillor Miller.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to Allison. Thanks, Allison, for all you and your department do. I know it's busy times, and that's great, and we appreciate it. A couple questions I have, and you just kind of alluded to the wayfinding in the end. I know that there was an issue with the signs and getting them manufactured. I'll call. I just a simple yes or no. Have we got that all figured out, and we've got the plan to go forward now?
Thank you, through your worship. Yes, we do. It is figured out. So we're completing the original contract with Brick Signs, as mentioned, yep. And then phase 3 will be implemented by the new provider, and that is all sorted. Okay, excellent. I figured it would be. I just wanted to confirm that. Thank you. If we could just flip to Brant Transit for a minute. First of all, can you just remind me, you spoke about adding to the fleet. Can you just remind everybody how many we have in the fleet right now? Through your worship to Councillor Pierce, so we have 7 vehicles in the fleet right now. We expect we're going to add at least 1, maybe 2 in 2022. And the renegotiated contract includes additions to the fleet if necessary, so that won't have a budget impact in and of itself. That will be captured within that renegotiated price of what we're currently paying in the base budget. But we expect right now we're just assessing what those routes and timing may be if we need to tweak that at all to really meet the demand. But we do expect those to be coming on earlier in the year.
Okay, I appreciate that. One more, if I could, Mr. Mayor, in regards to the e-transit. As we know, we had a delegation in, I suppose, about a month or so ago, and there was a big concern about rides being booked and then canceled at the last minute. And I know we've talked about this since the inception of Brant E-Ride, Brant Transit. I'm wondering, and I know that the question had been asked to them in regards to some sort of reporting as to these are the actual rides that took place as opposed to the actual number of bookings that took place, because I know that there was an issue. And I'll just throw a number out there. We had 100 bookings, but you know, the reality was 50 of those were canceled. So really we only had 50 rides. I'm curious if you can just let me know, has that been looked into further so we can get an accurate statement as to how many actual rides we have, and are they able to do anything tracking wise with let's say a specific person has canceled umpteen times. Do they no longer get a ride, or how does that work? How are those discussions, please?
Yes, we do have those numbers. So the report that we're bringing back in January is going to include all of that data. So ridership, actual ridership versus rides booked. And then we talk when we talk about cancellations. So you're allowed to cancel. Obviously, if situation changes, we do ask that those cancellations be made at least 12 hours in advance. So when the drivers get their schedules the night before, they're able to appropriately allocate their time and routes during that day. So we are going to report on that and also make some recommendations on how we handle sort of repeat offenders. And it usually is, we do know the individuals, we do track them. And so we know who does this on a sort of routine basis and who doesn't, and make some recommendations on how we may want to deal with that. Right now, there hasn't really been any penalties put in place.
Right.
We've just been dealing with it as it comes, but as ridership increases, it's certainly going to have more of an impact on other users, and with the availability of vehicles for those users. So I think we do need to look at what that mechanism is going to be to address that issue, and we will be bringing some options and recommendations forward in that report to council.
Fantastic. And you just said the words there, when ridership increases, and it is increasing like we knew it would increase. So that's a great thing, and I'm very happy for it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Pierce. Councillor Gatward, you're next, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, through you to Allison. Thank you, Allison, for your report. Very clear. And under public transportation, there's some under revenue contribution from reserve and reserve funds. Where do those reserve funds come from? Which reserve fund? Is it a general reserve fund, or have we allocated in the past budget money for reserves for this program?
Thank you for your worship, Councilor Gatward. So that's the Ontario gas tax. And
I'm sorry,
also,
I can't hear you. So there's some. Is it your microphone? Can everyone else hear?
She starts off kind of badly, but it ends up clearing itself up. So maybe Allison, if you could start again.
Sure. Thank you. So those funds include the Ontario gas tax and the Phase 3 safe restart funding.
Did you get that, Councillor Gatward? The gas tax.
Oh, it's from gas tax reserves. Okay, thank you.
Okay, Councillor Miller, you're next, and then Councillor Bell.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just a question through you, Mr. Mayor, to Allison. We're looking at maybe, well, I read in the paper anyways, possible regional connections for transportation. Is that handled out of your department? Because I'm looking at salaries and wages. We don't have a lot set aside for salary and wages. So I'm just wondering, is that coming out of your department, and who's looking after that?
Thank you. To you, Councillor Miller. It is being handled through our department, and it will be a sort of joint effort really between the supervisor of public transit and economic development, as they've been working on the industrial pilot. In the same way, they'll be working on the regional transit program, both with SCORE, and there's some other players that seem to be coming in looking at regional transit, which we're exploring right now, and how we can make better connections between all the surrounding municipalities.
Okay, just a quick follow-up question, because I read, I think it was someone from Brantford actually looking at maybe a better connection to Cambridge, but we also have, we want to connect with Norfolk, we still want to connect with Oxford. When do you think we might see some something on that? Any thoughts?
Through your worship, Councillor Miller, I would expect we'll see something likely in Q2 of 2022. We're really looking at how logistically all of this would work, and the agreements, where the pinch points would be, and what sort of what type of agreements we would need in place between all the municipalities to make this work. There's also been some talk about potentially some provincial money coming down towards this, but again, no details have been released. So I think once we get some of those details, we can bring a more fulsome, informed recommendation and information back to council.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, and maybe there might be something in the budget for next year or the year after. So, okay, but nothing this year. Okay, thank you, Allison. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thanks, Councillor Miller. Councillor Bell, please.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to Alison. I'm a great fan of the communications and public relations group. They've done sterling work in the last year, but in part it might be one of the root causes of the increase in the numbers of calls for service, because it's probably a product of success in that area. Not to say you should stop doing it, but it just may be a thought. I'm pleased that we're doing the website redesign. As somebody that uses the website a lot, when I do a search for anything, it takes me forever to find what I want. So when it comes to that piece of work, I think it would be good just to test with councillors and with the community what needs to be done, because there's really quite some issues there where we can improve the service. If I could go to Brant Transit, you said that ridership is increasing, and that's good to hear. But why would we then keep the 2022 proposed budget at the same level as 2021? Would we not have the confidence to increase that number?
Thank you. Through your worship to Councillor Bell. I'm trying to be conservative with that. We did that last year, and I believe we may have had the same question, but then didn't anticipate 2021 would have 6 months of lockdown. Yet again, I think we thought we'd be in a better position. And we also didn't know what the impact of the relaunch, rebrand was going to be. It seems to be very positive at this point in time, but those numbers are still preliminary, and we really started seeing that increase in September of this year. So we are hoping that it will be higher, and I think we will have a much better idea at the end of 2022 what this program is really going to look like moving forward. We haven't yet had a full year without restrictions due to lockdowns since the program has been launched. So it's really hard to predict what it's going to look like in a sort of normal year with better uptake. So I think we'll have more accurate recommendations, I'm hoping, at the end of 2022.
Thank you, Alison.
Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you, Alison. Mr. Walton, you're next, please. Operations.
Morning, everyone. I get the pleasure of being probably between now and lunch, or maybe we're just going through for the whole day. I'm not sure, but anyways, I'll try and keep this brief, but try and provide as much information as possible. Oh shoot, I'm on mute. No, I'm not. Okay. First of all, I'd like to start out by thanking the operations and finance staff for the work put together this budget and for what's been accomplished in 2021 and what can we best describe as a difficult time. Operations throughout this time has provided all services throughout COVID, and we've modified where required, and actually in some cases probably improved services. So I think that's an amazing thing for our team, and I'll start out with that. I'm also happy to hear from some of the comments from councillors today about how they want to learn about some efficiencies that we've been working on, and I'm going to try and add some stuff into the presentation as I go through to point out some things that we're working on that won't really show up in the budget, but I want to point out. And lastly, before I get going, the budget for operations is really driven by three things this year. Inflation, where we see some increases that are some of them COVID and supply chain related. Demand for services and growth are really the three things that I'd like to point out. So everyone knows what we do. We run operations administration now. Even though in the budget that is shown as an operations function, just so council knows, both the general manager of operations and the general manager of corporate services actually oversee that group. I'll be glad on December 1st to have Heather Boyd helping out with that, and I've mentioned that she's going to have a large part in that customer service part of that. So welcome to the team, Heather. Roads, which has gravel pits, stormwater management, and fleet. Environmental services, roads, rural water, wastewater, and solid waste. Infrastructure services, which is the capital, and property management. Next slide, please. Not going to go over a lot of detail on operations administration, mostly because council did recently approve the change to customer service, which is really the main driver behind the changes in this budget. So all of customer service, or the majority of customer service for the county now will be handled through operations admin. And we've got a big job to make that happen because there's some recruitment that has to happen and some changes that will be happening. Also, as everybody probably remembers, it's going to be a refresh to Burford through the COVID funding, where the front desk there will be changed, and that'll all fit in with what's going to happen. As far as accomplished in 2021, I think 2020 and 2021, the customer service that this group has provided through COVID has been exceptional. Next slide. And there really are no, as I say, the budget drivers here are all based on the change in service. So I don't think there's anything there. So moving on to roads. So in roads, it's mostly an inflational budget. Talk a bit about a couple of accomplishments. The consultant for the county drainage superintendent is well ensconced now for the last couple of months. I think you'll see in 2022 that's we have some good service improvements there. Grant Safe Streets. I think a lot has been accomplished there. There will be a report coming from Adam Crozier on that in the near future. I'm not just sure exactly when, but it'll be in the new year. And I think we'll be able to point out a lot of accomplishments that have happened there and some directions we need to go. Another accomplishment is the transition of much of the county fleet to be handled under the Fleet Department of Roads. And there's a real efficiency measure that's been going on. We'll talk about that in one of the decision packages as well. Just a couple of things in the actual next slide, which is the actual budget. The 100,000 of revenue from federal provincial grants was talked about before. The other revenues, that 132,000 there, is really from other departments, and that's related to the fleet additions and rate adjustments to fleet to make that group more sustainable. When you look at 8.4% on materials and supplies, a lot of that is related to supply chain things. This is really an inflational budget, though. You see the net levy increase only 1.3%. Next, for environmental services. One thing we're working on in environmental services is a plan for doing locate efficiencies. And this is something that won't show up on the bottom line for some period of time, but will show up in the efficiency of staff. So we're working on that and hope to implement that in 2022. We're also working towards the implementation of efficiencies with our oversight of stormwater management assets as well. A big accomplishment of this group in 2021 was submitted the final environmental assessment for the Biggers Lane landfill to the Ministry of Environment, Conservation and Parks for final approval. And you'll hear more on that, I think, in 2022. Next page. In this one, you'll note on the one-time materials and supplies, 195,000. A lot of that would have been covered by the Element 14 report, which was that committee on Tuesday night. Revenues, the proposed or the predicted increase of 8.1%. That's all a result of the rates which were passed in 2021. And talk about an efficiency for both council and staff passing the 4-year rates bylaw there. You can't imagine the amount of time every year that's done passing that rate bylaw. I have done this a number of times.
Mr. Walton,
more work.
Mr. Walton, we're not hearing you very well. You're starting to garble, so I don't know whether
That must be my internet. I'm going to turn off my camera.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Okay, is that better?
You haven't spoke yet.
Is that better?
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. I was talking about the 4-year rates and an efficiency thing. So my prediction is for the staff to work on that, which is a group of 5 or 6 of us that met regularly over the period of about a year. There's 50% more work to do the 4 years of rates, but you only do it once every 4 years. So quite a staff efficiency there for sure. Growth and the other and aging infrastructure are the issues for water, and we'll go on to the next slide, please. Wastewater is really just an inflational budget. There's not a lot proposed there. And next slide would be solid waste, and the same there. Although, as I mentioned before, we are looking forward towards what we'll need to do with the expansion of the Biggers Lane landfill over the next couple of years, once the EA is completed, and we are working on the consultant selection to do the actual design of that. Next is infrastructure services. Infrastructure services pretty much does work for all the departments in the capital. One major accomplishment for this year was completing 3 in-house fully designed projects, Laurel Street and Cedar, which you'll see that the final touches are happening. Laurel Street did have the curbs placed in the last 2 days, and Cedar Street they're to be placed on Monday. Birch Road is under construction as well. It's really questionable as to whether that project will be entirely completed this year. I highly doubt it, but we're going to be on a go, no-go position there in the next 2 weeks to say whether or not we're going to pulverize the section of Birch Road and forge on with construction or not, and then have it start first thing in the spring. But we certainly won't leave the residents in a terrible position there. That'll be our goal. This group has been very busy due to growth and their requirements for infrastructure renewal. Got a big amount of projects on our plate for 2022, and I'll go over those when I get into the listing some of the capital projects. I don't think there's a lot to talk about in the actual next page, please, the actual budget part of this, because all of this gets charged out to other capital projects, and then eventually either dealing with taxation, development charges, reserves, or other funding, such as debentures. Next page, please. Property management. Property management. Again, property management, we've been pushing out and doing more work for more divisions there, and they've been really doing a great job of that. The retrofit of the council chambers, and let's hope that in the near future we can make use of that. That would be amazing. We can all get back together again. And been working on the project for Burford and other of the COVID related funded projects. Again, we're in transition to do more work for more of the departments, and we're adding in new and more complicated systems all the time. We're fully commissioned and working on the OPP station. We have the 3 new fire halls. There's the new community center coming at Canesville, and other projects as well. Okay, again, property management, this is really an inflational type budget, which actually gets charged out to everybody else. I'm going to go next to the decision packages, and we have decision packages 12 to 19. And it starts at page 11-30. Quickly go over these. Supervisor of Operations and Corporate Services Administration. This is really related to 2 things. First of all, the The change in customer service, which brings all of the frontline customer service under this group, doubles the size of the group, taking it from, I believe it's 6 to 11. So that is one reason why we need to have the supervisor. The other one is that those 11 people all report to one person. So we both need to divvy up the structure here to make it sustainable and manageable, and we need to have the resources of the person. The supervisor is a working supervisor. They're going to be doing frontline customer service, but they're also be providing service as well. The next is the operations on-call management system. Now, this isn't a large cost, but I think it's a huge improvement to customer service. Right now, after hours on weekends, we have a really good on-call system for frontline services, but there's a whole group of us which are sort of unofficially on call for emails and the like for other things that happen, you know, complaints from residents, the like on waste management, construction projects, other things that happen. And it's sort of hit and miss as to whether you might catch somebody or not. What will happen under this system is our group will share a pager around and somebody will be dedicated to be on call. So if anybody needs to contact somebody for anything in operations, they will have that system to use to contact somebody to get an answer. And this person won't have necessarily the answer, but they'll know who to contact to get it and take and manage it after that, and be on a rotation to do that. Next is 1135 electric charging stations and fleet upgrades. So this relates to our energy management plan, climate change plan, and to the fleet. This is a proposal to add electric vehicles and charging stations. And what we're going to do is we're going to start with bylaw and charging stations for those at Burford to do that. Number 1137 is the change in, or is related to fleet. We've shoehorned ourselves for the expansion of our fleet management at Mount Vernon, and we really don't have room to do both fleet there, the fleet work and store our vehicles there. And we need to look at a new larger storage garage there and some retrofit for the existing building for improvements for our staff there as well. Actually, since this decision package is written, we may have another option to this, which we will bring back to council. But this decision package is to do design work in 2022, planning for improvements in 2023. There may be another thing we were working on, which may change this a little, but we certainly won't expend any money on this needlessly, that's for sure. We definitely need to find a new place for our fleet people to work, though. The next three packages here, 1139, 1140, or sorry, 11-39 is the page, environmental services technologist. This is definitely related to growth. This group has seen a lot of infrastructure added and a lot of customer service that they have to do for that. And we just need staff to work on that. 1142 is a junior technologist for infrastructure services. And this person would add into that group that's doing the in-house projects and add for both design and inspection services. This would largely be funded by the capital program. So if we hire this person, we'll be better to do projects in-house instead of hiring consultants. And I think, again, that's an efficiency measure that we can use to reduce our costs on some of the projects, which we can do without issue with our own staff. And we've proven that this year. Page 1144, property maintenance coordinator. This is an efficiency measure too. We would be adding somebody into the group that does property management. We would hope to get a tradesperson, and we would go to the market and see what kind of a tradesperson we get. This would offset contractors that we would currently hire from the outside to do work and add into the group. We can't say this, it would all come from that because we are adding square footage into our portfolio of facilities. So we definitely need to have more staff there to handle that. And, you know, in the last year, we've added 4 substantial structures into that with the 3 fire halls and the OPP. And all of these things have more complicated HVAC systems and control systems in them. So, and the last decision pack we have is the vehicle for that property maintenance coordinator. So I don't think I need to describe that anymore. This person would certainly need to haul their tools around. Maybe we should stop for questions on that whole section before I go through the capital. Would that be a good idea, Mr. Mayor?
It would be a very good idea. In fact, I think we need to take a break. I know I need to take a break. It only needs to be a 15-minute break or a 10-minute break, but I do need to take one. So I think if everyone's can I get a motion to break for 15 minutes? Councillor Coleman and Councillor Bell. So we're going to stand adjourned for 15 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay.
So am I correct to say that because it says in camera that we are not streaming right now? Gary, I don't know if you're on. Can you confirm that?
It is streaming. There's just no video.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, good question. Maybe let others be aware of that as they come on, so they don't say anything that they really don't want to.
I'm going to say something that might be good. Goodbye, Greg Jones. Is that one?
Well, that's where I was heading, JB.
Who is that? Greg Jones.
Constituent in Ward 3.
Oh, okay. I was going to talk about our IT guys, but I don't think I'll do that.
Oh, you don't want to do that.
Why have you stopped my video?
I'll restart it now. I think you have the ability to do that as well, but I'll look you up.
No, it says that I can't start it. You've stopped me.
Do not pass go, do not collect $200.
I know. There you go.
It was an executive decision I made because I could see you're eating there, so I. Who else was on screen there? Councillor Wheat.
Oh. Yeah. We're going to go through all the decision packages, I hope.
Well, it's 20 past 12. Well, I think we should get them in. Just as an FYI, Mr. Mayor, I've got somebody coming to the house. My washer has gone kaputski, so they're supposed to be here between 2 and 4. So I may have to just step away for a couple of minutes, but I'll throw it in the chat if I do.
Yep, great.
Again, for all the new people joining, this is being broadcast live right now.
Can you put me back on the screen, please? Is John Bell.
Hey.
There you go, John. Sorry about that.
Thank you.
John, you must have been eating too.
I was, yeah, in the kitchen, so nobody would have seen me.
Yeah, it was an empty seat. I thought, you know what? Don't want to have anything walk, John Bell walk by in his underwear or anything.
That's right.
Yeah. I just found that there's nothing in this house that I can eat in 15 minutes.
Yeah, you should have called out, John. You should have got Uber to come round.
I'll just have something later.
I sent Heather I sent Heather a message halfway through the morning saying, what time's the Chinese food show up?
That's another one of the efficiency measures.
That's right.
Hi, David Miller said.
Hearsay
Heather Boyd.
at 2, we should be done by 2 o'clock.
Heather,
Yes.
you must have obviously caught that I started the meeting out as a council meeting instead of I did it wrong. So obviously.
Well, it starts as council, but it goes into committee of the whole. And then at the end, we'll have to come back into council.
Right, but I did it backwards.
It's okay.
All right.
Sometimes going backwards is better than going forwards, David.
Okay.
We're here. Doesn't
Yeah.
matter.
That's right. We'll let Heather figure out the verbiage.
I think you got enough people back now, David, that we can continue.
I think we're all back now, aren't we?
Well, it looks to me like just about everybody is. Drive on.
All right, so we'll call them.
Here she's got maintenance coming at 2.
We'll call the meeting back to order. That's all I have to do, Heather, to get this thing going again?
Yep.
All right, so Mr. Walton, you are going to continue then.
Mr. Mayor, were we going to have questions before he continued on to the next one?
Yeah, that's what we're continuing with.
Okay.
The questions.
Thank you. Before I get started here, maybe I could just do a sound check. Does that sound better? I think I figured out my tech issue from before.
Yeah, you sound good now.
Okay, thanks. So I'll leave my camera on so you can see me. Not that
Thank
that's
you.
a good thing.
So do we have any questions to Mr. Walton? Councillor Pierce, you're first.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I guess the first question is, how did Mr. Walton get us to adjourn for lunch so people would forget the questions they were going to ask him? But luckily I had mine written down, so I won't. If you go to page 7-11 for infrastructure services, and then you spoke of one of the decision packages to bring on a property maintenance coordinator, and you spoke of not necessarily having to use contracted services. Is that the type of contracted services that has gone up 22% in the infrastructure service?
I believe that the contracted services that went up 22% in infrastructure services actually was lane marking, and it's mentions it there in one of the budget drivers. So some of our painting costs. That's as part of it. Yes.
Okay, so as far as the decision package of when you stated there not having to use as much of the contracted services because it'll be in-house, is that overall for the division, or is that specific?
Yeah, that's overall. So this person that we would bring in would help with design, would help with survey, would help with inspection, and then we would be able to do more projects that would have been put out to consultants.
Okay, thank you for that.
Welcome.
Any other questions for Mr. Walton? Councillor Gatward and then Councillor Bell.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to Mr. Walton, the page 7-6, 2022 priorities, obtain MECP approval to commence our Biggers Lane landfill expansion design. We've been working on that and it's submitted, isn't it, to the ministry? And I'm wondering if we have any idea when we might expect approval, or do we have to go to Plan B, which I know we had one. Thank you.
Walton.
Through the mayor to Councillor Gatward. Yes, we don't really know when to expect the word from the ministry. So we've submitted the finalized EA, the environmental assessment, and we're waiting their approval on that. We can't actually really begin the design. We're working on hiring a consultant to do the design, but we can't really get going on the design until that's happened. And yes, we have, as council knows, we have a plan B to deal with waste if we do get delayed beyond the life of our landfill. So.
Are we expecting it though this year, the approval?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Gatward. Councillor Bell, please.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Actually, it's a question that will come up in the capital section, so I don't need to do it now. Thank you.
Okay, any other questions to Rob? Seeing none, thank you, Rob. Thank you for fixing your microphone.
Okay, so we'll go on and talk about capital projects, of which our group does many. I'm going to give you a brief overview of some of the high level ones because we could spend a couple of days here, I guess, if we went down through the weeds. So, and when the one thing to look at through the capital budget is that it is broke out into 3 different sections there with the repair and replacement, the growth related, and the studies and other capital. So some of these projects are in there 2 and 3 times. And also when you look at, say, some of these urban projects, you've got them in there as water main, you've got them in there as wastewater, you've got them in there as roads, you've got them in there as storm drains. It shows up in many different places. So I'm going to talk them as entire projects, not as individual projects for each of the groups. So a couple of the big road projects we got next year. One is Cockshut Road. I know back in 2018 there was a resolution from Public Works Committee to look at that as an entire length of road and come up with some traffic solutions there for a couple of the issues that are happening there. So through the Transportation Master Plan, we have done that. And IBI has been, we've extended on their contract to look at a couple of those intersections, Birch Road and McGill Sour Springs, and which will be in the next year's construction zone, and look at some improvements there. That is happening. You'll see the results of that through the TMP. And that project is proposed to go with those improvements included in 2022. Market Street's a big project in Paris. That will be constructed in a couple of sections, but the first part of it is to go in 2022. King Edward Street, there's two projects on King Edward Street, the Falkland roundabouts, which is we get the federal and provincial funding for, but also from Meisner Road to Falkland, that stretch of road is to be asphalt improvements as well. We do have money in here for the slope stability study in several locations. One of the top of mind ones is a road which is closed right now, Salt Springs Church Road. Actually was out there this week. In one day, we lost 3 feet of the road. It continues to be a problem, and I don't expect that road to be opened up anytime soon. But we are going to put some money in doing study on several of these projects and come up with reasonable solutions. Going down the rest of the list of the big projects, the Zone 3 elevated water, the storage tank. Council recently has heard something about that. Ray Street, that's a growth-related project for sanitary sewer capacity. Dundas Street East, again, growth-related and putting services out into that area. The Gurney Roundabout on Rest Acres, just south of Powerline, north of the 403, proposed for 2022. And then following on with that, the proposal with the MTO is that the 2 roundabouts at the ramp terminals at Rest Acres Road and the 403 would be probably constructed in 2023, but that's their project. We have to fund it, and we're working on that final agreement with them. Other projects, the wastewater treatment design for St. George is we're just about to bring a report back on the consultant selection for that. I believe that's out to them to give us the proposals. We just hired the consultant on the Paris wastewater treatment plant EA, or we're just about to, sorry, committee considered that, council will consider it next week. We're working on the asset management plan, and the consultant is hired for that. That project has started. Burford, that servicing study is going. That's a project that really COVID has set back, and we've got a lot of public consultation to do there. COVID has set that project back, but I think we're working on a public information date for early February in that now, and the consultant is working on it. And lastly, in studies, I'll talk about the transportation master plan in the first quarter or so of 2022. We'll be bringing that to council, doing some public consultation, bring that to council and getting that project finalized by the spring of 2022. The last thing that I want to talk about is something that we talked about at committee a couple months ago when the energy management plan came, and energy management and climate change. So there are a few projects in here for that. The electrical vehicles and the charging stations I already talked about in the decision packages is clearly related to that. Our redesign for the Burford office, the exterior and the roofing to improve the energy efficiency and the actual comfort of that office for the people who work there in the winter, which right now is terrible, is proposed to be designed in 2022 and brought into construction in 2023. And our project at the Mount Vernon shop is another one that's examples of things that we're doing for energy management and climate change. That's my presentation. I'm certainly open to any questions. Hopefully I can answer them.
Any other questions for Mr. Walton? Councillor Bell, you're first.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to Rob. Rob, two questions. One relates to the new Paris library branch. I'm surprised by the scale of the monies required. If I just add it all up, it's $20 million. I'm not sure we saw that at any time at council. I'm also a little surprised that we're able to spend $5 million of it next year. I know I always have this problem with phasing of funding. But as a general note, it might be helpful as we present this, or the community sees it, to have a simple schedule, a simple bar line schedule for the top 10 big projects that we are including in our budget. And this one clearly is up there with them. So maybe you could answer those questions, and I've got one more after that.
I'm going to pass the Paris Library question over to Mr. Bradley, who I see has thankfully come on the screen here, because I haven't had anything to do with that project.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So what I did is I put some placeholder numbers in for the Paris Baca Center Library project. And I made a high level assessment that it could be upwards to a $20 million project. But only $5 million of that is currently in the budget. We put that in the initial year with the idea that with any luck, we may be able to get that project in the ground in 2022. You will be receiving a report from me on that project, possibly next month, to talk about two things: to put a tighter schedule on it, as well as to talk about how we're going to govern the project, because we have two interested bodies for that project: the Baca Center Advisory Committee and the County Brant Library Board. And the Chief Librarian and I have been working on a governance model. I think we've got that straightened around, and I want Council to approve that. So right now, the capital projection is loose. We don't have a design for the project, and unfortunately, we're dealing with a heritage building here, and there's a lot of unknowns. So I picked what I thought was a conservative number. I hope the number comes in better. I think we would be optimistic that it will. But to be safe, I also didn't want to be under projecting the project and maybe be not being realistic about some of the challenges we may face on that project. So.
Yeah, thank you, Michael. Through the mayor, I'm happy to see it. Don't get me wrong. It's just a little surprising. And as I say, the phasing always throws me, because I know you try to put money in so it's there. But I think there's such a desire on the part of the community to understand what's going on there, that I would see this one being pulled out by our local press colleagues and say, big things going to happen. And indeed, big things are going to happen. So I'm happy about that. But the more articulate we can be about the phasing, so we don't put anybody into such a state of expectation that they're looking at the end of next year for a completed facility, I'll be happy about that. My other question to Rob, if I may, Mr. Mayor, was around the one of his decision packages, which was about the gravel to hard surface. Again, I'm supportive of that. I thought we had a sort of standing agreement for moving gravel roads to hard surface. So I was just a little bit surprised to see it there as a decision package.
Mr. Walton?
Through the mayor to Councillor Bell. And thank you for reminding me that was in there in a different spot than all of our other ones. Because I missed talking about that one. No, actually, gravel to hard surface really has been handled in different ways over the last few years. I've been at the county a little more than 4 years, and during that time, it's been handled in different ways. There was a period of time early on in my time here where there was a sort of a committee of public works committee, and they analyzed some of the data and made some decisions on this. Other years, we've just brought forward packages to council and said, let's do these roads. Right now, what we're proposing to do as part of the transportation master plan is put together a strategy for the rest of our gravel roads as to whether or not they warrant going to hard surface or not, and then putting together maybe a 10 or 15 year plan to do that. That's what we will plan to do under the transportation master plan. The plan for this year is to say these two roads should go. There's two roads in there, and that they should go, and knock a few more kilometers off the list of the ones that we feel should go as we trend towards the finalizing the transportation master plan and making those decisions as to what our long-term plan is. And of course, that has cost implications to it too, because you've got not only just the cost of transforming them over, but then the cost of keeping them hard surfaced in the long term. So hopefully that answers. I see the CAO has come back up, and he certainly has been involved in this and can add to what I had to say probably very well.
Thank you. And I think Rob's characterized what he's proposing with the money. It's worth noting, we have money already budgeted. We have a standing budget line. I think it's about $240,000 a year for gravel to hardtop. The reality of that money is, though, it doesn't go very far. There's a couple 100 kilometers of roads that are gravel, and we can get a couple of kilometers done a year with what we've currently got budgeted. So I think what we're proposing, we've been talking a little bit about this, is to accelerate that program so it can achieve a little more than what we're currently going to be achieving with the existing funds. But and again, that's a decision for councils.
Thank you.
Any other, Councillor Gatward?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, on this same topic, I can recall at a budget meeting a few years ago that Councillor Coleman brought forward a motion that we spend $1 million a year on gravel to hardtop. And that was through council and the budget. But we only did, I think, 1 or 2 years. And then we got bogged down because there was so much work in those first few years with the different coats that had to be put on those roads. And I'm glad that Councillor Bell brought that up about it being a decision package, because yeah, we did previously approve that, but perhaps it wasn't a continuing program, although it was my understanding, because I believe at the time Mr. Bradley was the general manager of Public Works, that he brought forward a case to show that it would be economically feasible to do this program, so that we're not buying and taking road graders all over the county to fix gravel roads. So that's my recollection, and I was pleased to see the 500,000, but in my opinion, it would be nice if there was more in there. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Gatward. Michael, do you want to speak to that?
Sure, Mr. Chair, I can provide some clarification, Your Worship, I can provide some clarification on that. So a few years ago, Councillor Gatward was correct. I wrote a business case on gravel road conversion. It wasn't what I would call a sustainable business case, but it certainly added to the value, to the notion that investing in gravel road conversions was logical in the long term. And then we approved 1 year to add $1 million to the budget for gravel to hardtop conversion, funded by long-term debt. And then the following year, we added another $1 million to gravel to hardtop conversion, again funded by long-term debt. But because they were debt-funded projects, they weren't intended to be continual, because obviously that would have maxed out our debt capacity over the course of a decade. So just a reminder, we did invest $2 million to kind of get ahead of what we would call some of the higher traffic, higher use, higher populated roads. And we did that. It was a pretty aggressive program for a couple of years, but that program wasn't intended to continue much beyond that 2 years, again, because it was funded 100% by long-term debt. So I think this is we're proposing to fund this from the tax levy, and then it would become a standing commitment to gravel road conversions for a longer term. Hopefully that answers the questions.
Thank you. I think it does. Are there any other questions for Rob? Councillor Miller?
Just on the gravel to hardtop, just know that the issue hasn't gone away. It's still there. I mean, people that call, they still call. So, like I say, just because we don't always hear about it, we don't have a delegation every time we have a public works meeting, which has now become an administration operation meeting. The issues are still there. So, thank you.
Yep. Any other questions for Rob? Seeing none. Oh, Councillor Coleman.
Well, thank you, Mr. Mayor. And in defense of this, I do agree with the putting in the $500,000 in this, get this done. But there are a lot of these roads in this municipality that don't warrant being converted from gravel to hard surface because there isn't enough traffic on them. So I'm fully supportive that we need to get started at it again, but do it right and get these roads that are
into the system that will be completed. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Coleman. Any other comments or questions? Seeing none, thank you, Mr. Walton. And we're going to go to Community and Protective Services with Cindy Stevenson. There she is. Hello.
Hello, Mayor Bailey, and good afternoon to members of council. So I'll be presenting the Community and Protective Services budget this afternoon. The department includes our administration group, fire services, paramedic services, recreation services, affordable housing, Russell Heights, cemetery, parks and facilities, and emergency management. Next slide. Our Community and Protective Services Department administration provides leadership and support to all divisions of the department. The group includes myself as the general manager, our administrative coordinator, and our project manager. This year, a significant portion of our resources was dedicated to emergency management and response to the COVID-19 pandemic. This included development and evolution of reopening plans for our programs and facilities and support to our volunteer management groups, as well as administrative support for the county's Emergency Operations Center. New strategic plans were completed this year, including the Fire Master Plan, Community Safety and Wellbeing Plan, Age-Friendly Community Plan, and Emergency Management Bylaw and Emergency Response Plan. These plans are a focus for implementation and action plans in 2022, as well as continued oversight of our existing plans, such as the Recreation Master Plan. The division will guide and support the construction of the new Canesville Community Center and other significant capital projects as approved by council. A focus for 2022 will be on building the parks portfolio to ensure effective and efficient organization of resources in this growing area of our business. Next slide, please. So the proposed 2022 operating budget includes in revenues an increase attributed to administrative overhead from the paramedic services budget. Under expenses, salaries, wages, and benefits have been increased in accordance with economic adjustments to the salary grid and grid step movement. Materials and supplies have decreased, attributed to a small decrease in our photocopying budget, with a lot of things moving virtually. The contracted services have been slightly increased based on historical review, and this would include consultative services related to a broad range of department issues that require outside expertise, including public consultation facilitation. Next slide, please. Fire services. So fire services has had a busy year. They presented the new Fire Master Plan to council, which was adopted. Our 3 new fire stations in Scotland, Onondaga, and Canesville started in operation at the beginning of the year. The department received a new pumper for Mount Pleasant Station, trained many new firefighters, and continued implementation of the decontamination and hygiene program. Next year's priorities include continued apparatus maintenance and replacement program, recruitment and training of additional firefighters, continued implementation of our decontamination and hygiene program, improved service levels for specialized rescues, and planning for a North End fire station if approved by council. Next slide, please. The 2022 proposed operating budget for fire services notes a reduction in revenues under fees and service charges of $1,500. This was attributed to a review of previous actuals of inspection fees, which were a bit lower than previously budgeted. There's also a reduction in other revenues of $6,000. This is attributed to a redirection in billing from vendors directly to our fire associations for uniforms and leather boots. Under expenditures, Our salaries, wages, and benefits has an increase due to the economic adjustment to the salary grid and grid progression. Materials and supplies have a decrease, largely attributed to redirection of billing for clothing items, again, directly to the fire associations. Contracted services includes increases for contracted snow removal at the stations, radio maintenance, and system monitoring. Rent and financial expenses is decreasing next year as we are transitioning from 3 tower rentals for our communications equipment to 2 with the new county tower in Scotland. Our external transfers are increasing with an expected increase in fees to the Air Fire Department for emergency response. They have not increased their fees for approximately 10 years and did give us notice that they would be in 2022. For the capital program related to repair and replacement may be found on page 1212 and 1213 of the budget binder. And I'll just highlight some of the more significant projects. The more significant expenditures in 2022 include a replacement pumper for Paris, funding for a replacement pumper at airport, and additional funds for the decontamination and hygiene program that was approved by council, I think 2 budget cycles ago. There are also 2 decision packages from fire services in the budget, both of which were recommendations from the fire master plan. There is an operating decision package for a new full-time training officer. This was identified as a critical need with significant support from the stations for this position. A dedicated training officer would fill a significant gap in supporting the stations on the design, coordination, and delivery and tracking training requirements. And it was noted in the decision package, some of the stats related to just how much training is going on and required for the fire department. And it is quite extensive and continues to grow. And just one that I picked out, there are over 11,000 hours of training annually for existing staff, with additional significant training requirements for new recruits to the service. The second decision package for fire is for a new North Paris fire station. This station is intended to alleviate pressure for response time and access to areas north of downtown Paris. The cost for 2022 is for the architect design fees and equipment for additional firefighters. You will note that about 3/4 of the cost is funded by debt to be repaid by development charges. So this is attributed to growth. The equipment that's within the request is required if approved, as our service plans to gradually onboard additional firefighters over the next 2 to 3 years to build our capacity with experienced and capable firefighters to respond once the new station opens. Future budget years will require council's approval for additional apparatus for the station, as well as the construction costs. Next slide, please. So paramedic services, as highlighted here, the paramedic service has also had a busy year with continued response protocols for COVID-19 in place, as well as assisting the health unit and the community with COVID-19 testing, both at large clinics, as well as at long-term care facilities and vaccination programs in the community. Our community paramedicine programs expanded significantly in 2021 with additional funding, grant funding for the long-term care program, which was mentioned earlier this morning. Next year's priorities include a focus on advanced care and IV training for staff, bringing on a new staffed ambulance, and planning for a new headquarters facility. The 2022 budget was presented to committee this week with approval of the recommendation of the 2022 budget as recommended by the Paramedic Services Committee. And as noted, the budget must be approved by December 1st to meet the amended timelines as agreed to by the city and the county. Just highlighting the budget drivers for 2022 includes increases to salaries and administrative overhead, transfer to reserve increase, an increase in insurance premiums, increase to software support and licenses, cross-border billing adjustment, and contracted services for janitorial and snow removal. The net levy shown in the binders includes the addition of the new 12-hour staffed ambulance beginning July 1st, 2022. If you go to the next slide. So I guess I jumped ahead a little bit, but this slide also shows the paramedic grant programs at the bottom. The service has been very progressive and successful in receipt of additional grant programs this year, which are fully funded by the province. In 2021, that amount reflects the dedicated offload nurse program and the previous funds that we were receiving for community paramedicine. And 2022, you can see the significant grant that we are fortunate to receive for the long-term care community paramedicine program. And this budget will go to council for final approval on November 26th. Next slide, please. Recreation services. So this division led the completion of two significant strategic plans this year, the Community Safety and Wellbeing Plan and the Age Friendly Plan. The division also coordinated community garden expansions in Scotland and Paris, and was involved in the ActiveNet software implementation, which is our new recreation management software. The staff continually adapted recreation programming throughout this year to meet provincial COVID-19 requirements and keep the community active in new ways, such as virtual fitness programming, rec at home programming, including equipment lending programs, and a partnership with the library, which was mentioned by Kelly, for the storybook walks through our parks. Next year's priorities include action plans and implementation of our new strategic plans, the Paris Splash Pad retrofit, and a new community partner and volunteer initiative. Next slide, please. So the proposed recreation services budget next year includes overall reduction in total revenues of 6.6%. Under the federal provincial grants, there is a decrease in revenue, noting that one of our grant programs, Jumpstart, has transitioned from county receipt of the funds to direct funding to program recipients and sports organizations. The fees and service charges increase reflects an increase in camp and pool registration fees, as well as an increase in after-school program fees to offset program delivery costs. Removal of other revenues reflects the discontinuation of the part-time employee subsidy for uniform clothing. This decision was made in the context of the administrative burden of continuing this program, combined with the difficulties we're experiencing recruiting part-time and temporary staff. The contribution from reserve COVID-19 relief funds was applied to this budget in 2021, anticipating a reduction in revenues due to pandemic lockdowns and restrictions. The 2022 budget has been based on the assumption that program revenues will return to pre-pandemic levels next year. Under expenditures, salaries, wages, and benefits have been reduced overall after a review of part-time wages for the after-school program, which have had a surplus in previous years. Materials and supplies increases include an increase in software support and licenses for the recreation management software, an increase in the cost of busing fees associated with the Swim to Survive program. There's a one-time cost there for paint at the Scotland Community Centre. I believe that's for the gym and the hallways, and $2,000 growth expenditure, and that's related to the active transportation program, noting plans next year for promotion, additional signage, and workshops. There's an increase in insurance, and contracted services have a minor increase due to an increase in fees for contracted snow removal at the Scotland Community Centre and the UV maintenance at the pool. The external transfers, so this includes the Can We Help subsidy and removal of the Jumpstart grant program, which I mentioned earlier. There are two decision packages from this area that are included in the budget for Council's consideration. Both are related to staffing resources. So the first is for Community Safety and Wellbeing Coordinator. The county has been fortunate to have this position funded fully by a grant for the last 2 years. However, the grant will be ending in March of next year. And the position will be needed to continue the action and implementation plans for the Community Safety and Wellbeing Plan in order to address the risks that were identified through that plan. And the position is responsible for ongoing coordination and evaluation of the plan. The second position is for a full-time after-school program coordinator. This role has been in place on a contract basis for the last couple of years, up to 30 hours a week. The program has had a high demand in the county with plans to expand, and with growing recruitment challenges, the division is looking to ensure staffing stability to continue delivery of high quality programming. Okay, we can move on to the next slide. So Russell Heights, I think as council is aware, the county acquired Russell Heights in 2021, which has also been overseen by the Recreation Services Division. In the last few months, health and safety and accessibility audits have been completed, as well as an update to the tenant handbook and a review of facility operations and tenant services. Next year, further review of policies and procedures will be undertaken, and an operational and capital long-range plan. There are plans to renovate an office space there for the property maintenance staff, as well as regrade and resurface the parking lot. Next slide. So the 2022 proposed budget, this is reflective of the operating budget and reserves transferred to the county earlier this year. The federal provincial grants is the rent supplement received from the city of Brantford for the rent geared to income units. The fees and service charges includes all market rent, rent from geared to income units, and other smaller revenues received from tenants for washer dryer use, cable TV, and air conditioning. Expenditures include the wages for the part-time property maintenance staff and expenses related to facility operations under materials and supplies and contracted services. The transfer to reserves includes the surplus from revenues over expenses to fund future capital projects. And I did already note the 2 capital projects that are planned for next year, and those can be found on page 12.8 of the budget binders. Next slide, please. So the county cemetery operations this year continue to adapt and respond to provincial COVID-19 directives from the Bereavement Authority of Ontario throughout the year. The division onboarded our new cemetery operations supervisor and completed projects such as road paving at the Harley Cemetery, ongoing fence replacement, and the Oakland Cemetery expansion plan. Next year, priorities include the Oakland Cemetery expansion construction. It's also anticipated that the transfer of responsibility for Middleport Cemetery will be completed, and staff will be working on plans for a new section at the Paris Cemetery. Next slide, please. So the 2022 proposed cemetery operating budget has stable revenues. The expenditures include an increase in salaries and wages, again, due to economic wage adjustments and grid step increases. Materials and supplies includes adjustments for tree maintenance at our inactive cemeteries, an increase in training and development, and this is for attendance at the annual Provincial Cemetery Conference. There's a one-time cost there noted of $1,000, and that's for a power washer at the Paris Cemetery. Contracted services adjustment includes an increase attributed to the grass cutting contract. And there is a one-time increase associated with works at the Burford Pioneer Cemetery. This is for tree maintenance, winterizing the water service there, and new foundations. And there is also some money there for removal of an old building at the Brant Cemetery. And the capital budget for cemetery projects can be found on page 12.9 of the budget binders. And just to highlight a couple of them, there is ongoing fence replacement included in the capital budget program, some equipment replacements, and the largest item is the Oakland Cemetery expansion construction. Next slide, please. So parks and facilities. Our parks and facilities division was busy this year, also responding to evolving COVID-19 provincial regulations and implementing reopening plans for our facilities, as well as working with the health unit to offer vaccination clinics to our community. The division has been leading the construction of 5 new parks this year, and will proceed with construction of 2 additional parks in 2022. Next year's planned projects also include Newport River Access Point construction, project management of the new Canesville Community Center, a long-term park development plan, and completion and start implementation of the Barker's Bush Master Plan. Next slide, please. The proposed 2022 operating budget. So under fees and service charges, it includes a return of revenues to pre-pandemic levels, as well as increases to our 2022 rate fees. The removal of cost sharing reflects the end of a municipal service agreement with the city for parks and trails. And I believe that that is associated with the boundary agreement. And the contribution from reserve is removed, which was applied last year, noting a decrease in revenues experienced this year due to lockdowns. But we are moving forward with the assumption that we'll be moving to regular programming in 2022. Expenditures for salaries, wages, and benefits include an economic adjustment to the grid and grid step increases. The recent announcement on the increase to minimum wage. So this has been reflected here. And this area does have a number of part-time staff who would be affected by that. And additional staffing required to meet provincial COVID-19 regulations. We have had to up staff to meet requirements for vaccination checks, as well as active screening at our facilities. The amount noted under growth is for an additional summer student to assist in maintaining parks and trails in the Paris area. Materials and supplies includes an overall increase in building and equipment maintenance in our facilities. Contracted services includes adjustments for increase to the grass cutting contract, refrigeration maintenance, and waste removal contract. There are one-time costs associated with software updates, playground inspections, and renaming of the South Dumfries Community Center. And the interfunctional charges, this is reflective of increases in equipment to fund the fleet reserve. So just moving on to our capital program. The capital program for parks and trails start on page 12.9 of the budget binders. And I'll just highlight some of the more significant projects. The Lions Park Picnic Shelter. This is a planned expansion of the picnic area and shade at Lions Park in Paris. The Onondaga Ballpark renovation. This project has been delayed due to COVID, but there is planning currently happening to move this forward within the next quarter to present a concept plan to residents and gather their feedback. We did add some additional funds to this project budget, given the increases we've seen in pricing this year. Jacob Woods Trails are funds included for trail enhancements in this area. Our rec facilities capital projects start on page 12.11 in the budget binders. The most significant project here is definitely the Canesville Community Center. So those funds have been included. There is an HVAC replacement included for the Burford Community Center. There are building repair and replacement projects noted there for SILAPS. We did have a number of projects there on hold, not really knowing what the future of that building was going to be. But I think at this point, it will be our turf facility, at least for the midterm. So there's some projects noted to keep the building functional on a midterm basis. And I think the other just more significant item there was replacement of the electrical panel at the Burford Community Center, which I'm told is 50 years old, so it probably needs to be replaced. On page 12.16, the growth-related projects for this area are listed. So this includes some additional funds added to the Mile Hill Meadow Park. Given, again, the increasing in prices that we are experiencing this year, the Paris Skateboard Skate Park Phase 2. This is for design fees for this project in 2022, with construction planned in 2023. Burford Walking Trails. This is for a planned accessible walking loop around the soccer fields and ball diamonds. Woodsley Linear Park in Paris, and Watts Pond Trail and Greenway projects. And then on page 12.19, the studies under capital are listed, and one from this area is for a park development plan, which I understand is required and attributed to the development charges legislation. So moving on to decision packages from this area, there is one decision package for operating staffing for a facility operator. And this position is intended to transition from an existing 6-month contract, which is in the operating budget now, to a full-time operator. So we would use those funds and apply them to this new role. The requirement for frontline staff in this area is as a result of growth in this area in parks and trails and longer seasonal requirements. The position would also be involved in maintenance activities of the new downtown Paris washroom. And the position would provide also some capacity to the Synlapse Community Center when they're not doing outdoor works. There's a second decision package from this area. It's a capital decision package. And this is for replacement of the Paris Lawn Bowling Club facility. This was deferred from last year's budget by council to 2022. The 2022 request is for the architectural and engineering design fees for the project. The intent is that the new facility would provide an appropriate space for the lawn bowling club and could also be multi-purpose and providing space for a senior center. And it was identified through our age-friendly plan that that is currently lacking in the county. The current structure at the lawn bowling facility was identified through a study that was completed in 2019 as end of life. Okay, we can move on to the next slide. And I'll talk about emergency management. So the county's emergency management division transitioned this year to a standalone division with a dedicated part-time community emergency management coordinator, or CEMC. Our CEMC has provided support to the county's emergency operations center throughout the course of the pandemic. This year, a new emergency management bylaw and emergency response plan was presented and approved by council. A new automated emergency notification system for the EOC was also implemented. Next year, continued training of our municipal emergency control group and enhancements of the public education program are priorities. And we'll move on to the next slide. So the proposed 22 operating budget, this budget is fully funded by the Safe Restart Fund reserve. So that is reflected in revenues. Under expenditures, the salaries reflect the adjustment for a dedicated part-time staff member, with funding in materials and supplies for training and development of our county EOC members, the annual training exercise, community computer hardware and software, and promotions and advertising. And that concludes my presentation. I'm happy to take questions.
Holy moly, you're a busy lady. Councillor, how is your first?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, through you to Cindy. Yeah. Thanks, Cindy. That's a lot. My question is specific to towards the beginning of your presentation, the issue of the fire station in North Paris. And I have two questions. A technical question, it shows up as blank in one of my decision package overview sheets. Within the binder, I wasn't sure about that. And that's not necessarily a question for you, but my question is, when we reviewed the fire master plan, one of the options for a potential new fire station in the north end was to take a long-term lease in an existing building that might be in the north end. And I see we've got funds in the decision package for hiring an architect to look at building a new fire hall. But I just wanted to see if has there been consideration of exploring the idea of taking a long-term lease of an existing building might save some costs. I remember the consultant referenced a couple other municipalities. I think Barrie was one of them who had some success taking that approach.
Yeah, through the mayor. Yeah, I apologize, it's blank in your binder. I can see it in mine, so we can get you definitely get you the content that was there for that decision package. As far as the build, the fire master plan definitely did, advise council to look at options for a build. Now, I don't believe that there'd be any existing buildings that would meet our requirements as far as, garage space. It's very, it needs to meet space requirements for the apparatus. However, a build to lease option could be potential where you partner with a developer or a group that would build the facility, and we would then lease it from them.
Okay, thank you. So I think the answer to my question is the idea of finding an existing building is not likely to pan out just because of the needs. And I see that you're looking at, but you are looking at all options, and I appreciate that. Thanks.
Any other? Councillor Pierce, you're next.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, through you. Yeah, a lot of information there, Cindy. Thank you very much. Couple quick questions that I have. For the fire services part, if you go to the on the capital on page 1212, there's a replacement pumper for Paris at 660,000, and there's a replacement pumper for the airport at 325,000. Do I assume it's only half as big? Can you tell me?
Yeah. Yeah, through the mayor. And I could have explained that. I probably should have gone into more detail on that. Our department, like everyone else, is experiencing supply chain issues, and that includes supply chain issues for our trucks. So the funding for the airport truck has been phased in over 2 years. So part of it has been reflected in next year's budget, and the other half of the truck, so to speak, is in the 2023 budget.
Okay, that explains it, and I appreciate that. One other one I have, if you go to 814, which is parks and facilities, when we talk about the 2022 budget drivers, increase to contracted grass cutting due to new contract. Now, is that because the price of cutting grass has gone up, or we're contracting out more grass to be cut?
Through the mayor, I think it's actually a combination of both. The contract that we have with Mount View, I think has gone up a bit for 2022. And then we also have some additional parks, 5 of which we're working on finishing now. Mm-hmm. So some of those will be maintained by contracted service in terms of the grass cutting piece, and I think some of them we will bring in-house, so there'll be a combination.
Okay, I'm glad you picked on that in-house stuff, because I recall this is a few years back where there was a lot of discussion going on in regards to contracting out grass and doing it in-house. So is there still the thought that we can do this in-house, or is it more feasible? Might cost us a little more in the end, but is it more feasible, maybe time-wise, to continue to contract it out?
Through the mayor, we do have a combination of, some of it is in-house and some of it is external. And for the areas that we've brought in-house, I would look at it as they require more care, whether it's a sports field or it's a high traffic area that we want to make sure is kept to a high quality and standard, then we try and bring that in-house. Whereas there may be some other areas that don't require that level of care where it's more cost effective to have a contractor provide that service.
Okay, I appreciate that explanation. Thanks, Cindy.
Thank you. Councillor Coleman and then Councillor Gatward.
No, I was just stretching, Mr. Mayor.
All right, then Councillor Gatward, you're first.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to Cindy on page 814. Did you say under budget drivers, one of them would be project management for the Kingsville Hall? I don't know if I heard that right.
Through the mayor, no, that the cost for that project should be reflected primarily in the capital budget.
Right, and I thought that, yeah, we met the project manager when we had the sod turning. And so I don't know why I thought I heard that, but thank you for clarifying it. Good report, Cindy, a lot of information.
Are there any other questions for Cindy? No, seeing none. Thank you, Cindy. And we're going to go now to Heather Mifflin for the external agencies, which is number 10 in your packet.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. As you know, external agencies covers all the agencies that assist us and we fund. So it includes the Brant County Health Unit, it includes social services, the John Noble Home, Provincial Offences Act revenue, conservation authorities, our payment to MPAC, and the OPP policing costs. So next slide. Okay, so library. Thank you, Councillor Pierce. These are the correct figures. There is a $1,000 error in the library page in the 2021 budget line. The 2022 budget, proposed budget is correct. So I will correct that page. For the health unit, the number here has been updated as of yesterday. So the request now to the county is $1 million, $1,117,889 for an increase of 7.6%. Moving down to social services, we have not received the 2022 budget request from the city for the social services, so we have estimated it at 2%. Nothing is in here currently for the cost sharing agreement that's under negotiation. Moving down to John Noble Home, their increase is $25,228 or 2.9%. I have left Provincial Offences Act untouched. That one's a real hard one to predict as to whether the courts will be back up to full speed or not. The conservation authorities, the Grand River Conservation Authority is coming in at 4.3% increase, and Long Point Regional Conservation Authority is coming in at a 3.5% increase. Impact, they have direction for a zero impact overall, but impact is calculated based on assessment, and because we have assessment growth, we will be seeing an impact or an increase in the cost. So we've increased it by almost 21,000. The OPP contract has actually gone down. Now, part of that, about 29,000 of that is of the decrease is related to a reconciliation of the 2020 costs. So then the balance of the cost relates to the 2022 contract. The police programs, that's the court security prisoner transfer program is the revenue line there under police programs. And then the police service board is going up just by the wage increase. The John Noble Home Capital Program can be found on page 12-13. And then the 5-year capital program for the John Noble Home is on pages 12-25 to 12-26. And it does include the amount that was approved previously for the Bella Court revitalization. Do you have any questions?
Thank you, Heather. Are there any questions to Heather? Councillor Gatward?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to Heather. Have you heard from John Noble Home staff about a possible change to the Bell Court numbers?
Through the mayor, I have not heard recently if there's been updates.
Okay, that's fine. There'll be an update for council on the 23rd or 24th, whenever our meeting. Thank you.
Thanks.
Any other questions for Heather? Seeing none, thank you for your report. And I guess we're going to move on to number 8 then, next steps and discussion. So that's Michael. You're going to take it back for me?
Thank you, Your Worship. And first of all, maybe I'll just close our departmental presentations by thanking all the department heads for great presentations. I thought it was a good walkthrough and excellent questions by council. So I think this is a good start to our budget process. At this stage, Mr. Mayor, it's really council's discretion whether you want to have any further questions based on what you heard today. The plan for our next step is if we don't receive any significant direction to change things in the base budget from today's meeting, that we would likely wind the meeting down today and then move on with our planned November 30th meeting, where we would probably be moving into decision packages. But again, that really depends on what council wants to do based on what they've heard, today. So again, I guess that is now council's decision on what you want to do. Alternatively, if you wanted to move in and discuss decision packages today, that's certainly something we could do. But so again, we would be looking for direction from council if you want to see changes to the base budget or further thoughts brought back. Certainly didn't hear anything from the presentations, or if you want to just adjourn the meeting and then deal with decision packages at our next meeting. So again, that's staff are here for council to participate and engage in the debate, and we look forward to further direction. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Miller, you're first, and Councillor Pierce, and Councillor House.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm speaking to what Michael just said about the decision package. Every decision package that we approve adds to that base budget, and I've got a few concerns. One is that base budget, I think, is going to change, I suspect, based on the shared agreements, if I'm not mistaken. So I'm just wondering, November 30th, I think, was the next meeting. I guess what I'm asking is, we'll have a more fulsome picture maybe of the costs associated with that, or no? I'm trying to word this without putting my foot in hot water, but I'm not sure how to do that.
Are we going to know anything more from the city, Michael, before the next meeting?
Certainly. So Mr. Mayor, I'm quite comfortable in stating that on council on Tuesday, you will be receiving an open session report that will include new cost sharing agreements, as well as amending agreements for the 4 shared service categories, those being the social services, bucket of services, paramedic services, John Noble Home, and provincial fences court. And there'll be definitely, if council approves those agreements as they're laid out, there will be an increase in costs. So I think it may be prudent for council to wait to see what happens on Tuesday, and then the following Tuesday, which would be November 30th, we would be able to update your financial, your budget forecast reflecting whatever council's decision is regarding those cost sharing agreements. The other thing that we can do in terms of decision packages, the treasurer and I chatted about this the other day. There are a number of full-time positions as presented in those decision packages. Those costs are all presented on a full year basis, January start. But the reality is, especially in today's recruiting environment, it's unlikely we would be able to start many of those positions on January 1st. More likely late spring or even to mid-year. So we can bring back those decision packages in an alternative frame with later starts and show you what those costs would be, which may help. So that's something we could also do. And so hopefully that addresses Councillor Miller's question, which was a good one. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. I think that's good advice. Councillor Pierce, you're next, please.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Mine is more of a comment. Did you want me to wait?
No, you can go ahead.
Okay. If I could, Mr. Mayor, I'm going to discuss I'm going to call it the elephant in the package, and it's called insurance. It seems that every single one of them, the insurance is going up. So I did a little bit of digging in our old budgets, and 2019 for insurance was $907,000. To 2020, it went up 39% to 1.26 million. To 2021, it went up 17% to 1.488 million. Now we're up another 20% going into 2022. So we're now paying $1.8 million for insurance per year. So since 2019, our insurance has doubled. I know there was a couple of years ago that we looked at other insurance and there was another one out there that was cheaper, and then we went back to our original because it was a good price, and now it just seems to be going up. And I get it, everybody's insurance across the board is going up, but I find it hard to believe that since 2019 so in essence 3 years, it's gone up 50%. And I don't know if it's a tough one. Like I say, I understand who we're with and why we're with and that type of thing, but it just seems to me that that's one of our biggest things every year, the amount that insurance is going up. Like I say, another 20% this year, our insurance is going up. And I have a hard time swallowing that. I really do. As I say, I'm not looking for an answer or anything like that. It's just a comment that's been bugging me since I've read this package. So I went back through previous years and got those numbers. And it's, like I say, it's pretty scary because I don't know anything else in 3 years that's gone up 50%. So that's, if anybody wants to comment on it, fine, but that's where my brain is right now. Thank you.
Thank you. Michael, do you want to comment on that?
Sure, Mr. Chair. And I'm sure other councillors may want to jump in on this as well. But I mean, I think the matter of joint and several liability, which is really the driver of why municipal insurance premiums, it's not just the county, every municipality is facing this. The matter of joint and several liability, which you know, in a real layman's term, makes the liability primarily on road related claims. The municipality, even if it has 1% of the liability, can be responsible for 100% of the claim, or 100% of the settlement, or 100% of the court decision. And that's something that the municipal sector has been fighting against for certainly since I joined it. And I think some of the longer serving councillors would say it's been fought for many years since that. AMO has lobbied aggressively the province to change joint and several liability, you know, as in terms of the justice system. There's been lobbying from Roma, and there's been lobbying from OGRA for years, and we've got nowhere so far. But and there was some optimism that the new provincial government that got elected back in 2018 was going to do something, but they elected not to do that. So yeah, so it is a serious problem. It is a major cost driver, and for larger municipalities, it's a big cost driver. But it's hitting the rural municipalities that have rural road systems quite a bit harder than it is the big urban municipalities, because we have a bigger road system and a faster road system. So we have those larger collisions that claim lives. And again, we only have to be 1% liable to be awarded 100% of the claims. So that's what's driving insurance. So what we've done to mitigate this, we have an aggressive risk management program. I think we've, and I would give great credit to our current and past road directors who have made sure that our regulatory signage is meeting the regulation 100%. We've implemented various road reconstruction projects on high-risk roads to take out vertical curves and other impediments that would be judged as not meeting road design. On facilities, we have all sorts of risk management activities we take on a daily basis around inspection. Our road system is inspected regularly. So we do all these due diligence things to put us in a better position to defend ourselves. And every once in a while, we'll even say to council, we should be cautious about injecting ideas into our road system or saying things about our road system that could lead us to being being liable when these accidents happen. So what we do every few years is we go to market. We can't really go to market every year. First of all, it's a massive undertaking to take our insurance program to market. And if we do it too often, we won't get any bids. So, our plan is to market every 3 to 4 years. And what we do find is every 3 to 4 years, we market, we get some competitiveness, and that drives things back down. And then it creeps up over time. So, if that's probably our best strategy. So again, there's a bunch of things we can do. I think that council, through its engagement with its municipal agencies, AMO, Aroma, OGRA, should continue to lobby, and the mayor and I can take that back to some of the forums we sit on, Western Ontario Wardens and my CAOs group, and we all need to be lobbying on this because it is a big problem and it is a cost that is, I would agree, out of control. So I think those are things we can do. We should be marketing the program probably maybe next year. But again, we need to see what the industry is doing, and we got to have a sense that we're going to get bids if we market, because there's only a few players in this municipal insurance space. So that's another problem. So hopefully that's my thoughts on it, and I think it's a great comment by Councillor Pierce. It's certainly something I'm not going to disagree with. And it is a problem, and I think lobbying the province to address and change the rules around joint and several liability is a key step in dealing with, and that's something that we can't fix locally. It can only be fixed provincially.
All right. Thank you for that, Michael. I appreciate it.
Thank you. Councillor Howes and then Councillor Gatward.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mine's more of a comment as well. I just wanted to say notwithstanding Councillor Pierce's valid comment about insurance, this is a very solid budget and a budget that I think we can all be pleased with, hopefully be pleased with. When I look back at the beginning of our meeting earlier today, seems like a long time ago, the CAO gave us a lot of information about how service demand is outpacing growth. Significant increases in calls for service. We're living in an economic environment where everything is starting to become more expensive, and I just commend the CAO and all of the staff who participated in this budget for delivering such a responsible budget in a time when things are getting more expensive and there are more demands. And with all that said, as there will be new information coming forward as the CAO responded to Councillor Miller, I think it would make the most sense for us to revisit the decision packages and everything else later in the month rather than trying to plow through it today.
Thank you. Councillor Gatward.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, I wanted to comment about the insurance. And of course, every new building and every new park we add increases our insurance. And when I attended the recent cyber security webinar that was put on by AMO and MISA, I learned that cyber insurance is very, very expensive. And I believe that we met the criteria on the checklist that Robin explained to us some time ago that we had to have in place to actually get cyber insurance. And we were told at that webinar, some municipalities, they can't even get cyber insurance. So if they get hacked by ransomware or whoever, they're really in big trouble. So I appreciate the fact that we have cyber insurance, and that's probably had a big increase in the premium because of what's happening in the marketplace. But I'm sure that staff could get us a breakdown of our insurance costs by department. For example, fleet, buildings, cyber insurance, et cetera, so that we know where the large increases are. Well, that's my comment, Mr. Mayor.
Thanks, Councillor Gatward. Can I get a motion? I'm looking for a motion to finish up today and to go back into open session and to address things later on when we have more facts and figures in front of us. Councillor Wheat.
Yes, I'll move that. I'll move your request, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. And you got a seconder in Councillor Pierce. All those in favor? Okay, can I get a motion to reconvene as a council, please? Councillor Howes and Councillor Wheat. All those in favor? We're back. Convene as a council. Our next meeting then will be November the 23rd. Is that right, Michael? Or Heather? Heather should know that, or someone.
Our next budget meeting is the 30th.
Okay.
Council meeting. Yeah.
Next council meeting is the 20th. Is the 30th?
23rd.
23rd, yeah, okay. So I just needed a motion to adjourn and we're finished for today. Councillor Coleman. Thank you.